Hello, hi there. I hope you had a nice, wonderful day today. And it's only half the day. I hope the other day, part of the day will be beautiful too. So let's get started right away. Today we are going to implement some new features. We have a lot of doodads and assets that we have drawn last time, and we spent a whole week on drawing backgrounds and new assets just to finalize the look of the game. And I would just realize when I was studying this topic that this is such an important task to do, that we cannot do this just in 5 minutes. We have to spend a lot of time for it. And originally I planned, as I always said, one day just to draw maybe a couple of assets, and it turned out to be an entire week. So this was supposed to be a smaller task, and that's how our task can explore. Something you will always see in game development, and small tasks seem to be very easy, and then when you come to the individual subtasks, there are still so many subtasks ahead. So let's get started and take a look. Now this is our current game here, and we could get started and just say, hey, let's implement this, and now start with the actual stuff we have to do. But it's always important to keep in mind what you're actually planning to, and to at least have some kind of time set in your mind that you want to apply to your game. So let's look at our to-do lists here and try to be realistic when this patch here is coming out. As I said, this was supposed to come out long ago, and each individual task here was divided into many individual tasks. That's okay, but it exploded. So we have to make sure this time we get this right. So the first thing, draw new doodads and backgrounds. We've done this. You can delete this. This is what we said yesterday is finished. And I've made a new task, draw more backgrounds, because you might want to add more backgrounds later. But for now, we want to change the first levels and apply our assets and see how far we get with that. But we don't want to start drawing after that again and again, because if you want to put this patch out in a realistic time frame, and this is a big patch that I want to put out, then we've been not going to do this month, realistically speaking. So we have to limit ourselves for now. We can just put the task back in and divide it if we see, okay, we need more time on this later. And more backgrounds is also more optional. It's not that important right now, because once you have a background that fits into every level, and we have for that, then you can keep it for the time being, and better have one really good background than a lot of crappy backgrounds. So that's not something that sells, and we are going to sell. This is the task here. We now want to get serious and not just build a game to just say I want to build this game now in this phase, and not just to say, hey, I built a game, I can do a game completely and it has no bugs. Now I really want to make a good game and refine everything, so it's in the top-notch 2D department where good games are really presented and can be played at maybe some conventions or something. And for that you have to put in more effort than I do actually have had. Or no, it's not about the effort. Here I have to put more effort into the presentation and into the gameplay. The first few years of game development First it was just learning the stuff, and at the beginning I could code, I was a student, and learning all this stuff takes a lot of time. Just starting with Unity and having a lot of errors in your code, and we still have old code in the current version. It still has to be fixed. There's even a task here, clean up the code, and I've rated it with a 10 complexity. Then I started to really make the game for school, university project. And when I was finished with that, I put this as a foundation for my game here, built the game on top of it. And that turned out to be much more tedious, because I wanted to add. I had my mindset set on making a lot of enemies and having a combat system that's entertainment. And the first time I really programmed this, the focus was not on the player, it was on the combat system to have enough enemies. Because the combat system, the old one, was shoot and bite. That was everything you can do, and jump. And then upon that, the next phase was adding skills for the player to pick up that should be interesting. But these skills could only improve your base attacks a little bit further. There's an epic ability though that could be fly or charge a very strong magic attack. So this expanded the options and have the player pick something really powerful in each level. But the combat system wasn't fun. That was the main problem, and I didn't know this because I was just developing, and I didn't test, and I didn't have time to test. And that's a big issue. And even the few testers that I had, they started the game, they put it aside after maybe 10 minutes or so, and was asking friends, and not even one completed the game. I think the first time I gave them the game was very, very short back then they completed it, because they came to a boss fight, and the boss fights were actually fun, but it was about it. But the second time I gave the game, just quit really fast, and the reviews I gave were pretty much useless. They gave me were pretty much useless. So I was stuck there with not any useful information at all. Just trying to listen to them. The only thing that I noticed is they didn't stick to the game. So the only information I could get there is that I have to put in more effort for the first few levels, so that people would keep playing the game and see what is there in the end. Because the good boss points were all in the end, which is very bad if nobody has ever played so far. So I needed to fix something. Now then I started to edit the combat system. This is in this patch here. I released the game with the information they gave me, and was not very confident that it would sell at all. Didn't make much advertisement, and focused on my master degree first, because that was just important, and also having to do work, having to earn money, because I need to live from something. And then I started to code on this in my free time, implement more features in the combat system. I'm not going to talk about details now, but we still have to test this out, and then we will see if it looks good. And there's still a lot of subtasks here, but we will now just look until the time into this patch here. And now let's get serious and really look at every task now that it is ahead. Now we have now I've explained everything that I did to get to this point, but now let's look ahead and think about each task, how much time that would take. So the first thing is implement new doodat and background functions for editing. I also have a sub-step to-do list. Okay, and this sub-step to-do list is for these 3 tasks here. So let's first maybe try to take this into an order. This is supposed to be the big task. Eh? This is a big task. This is a big task. This is a big task, and each task is supposed to be around one day. But it can be that they divide into subtasks and then they take much longer. For example, drawing background assets didn't work out much as fast as I wanted to be. Okay, so let me turn down the music a little bit and just adjust my headphones, because now I need to concentrate. Last time I was hearing music very loud, but now I'm getting to the point that I'm programming, and then I might even turn off the music later, because that's the time where I just need to stare at my PC, stare at my code, do my programming, and get going as fast as possible, and then you can't get distracted at all. But you can watch me staring at my code and nearly getting myself killed there, and have your entertainment from that, hopefully. Yeah. So in this here, particle emitters fly bloom generate fireflies at vertical parallax. That's going to the top. At some time of cloud technique. Ooh. I fear that has to wait. Okay. So, more butterfly particle effect. I've looked into butterflies, how you do them. You usually don't draw the butterflies by themselves. You really just use circles for them. And I've looked up into this, so we don't need a new particle for this. We can skip this. So it's some kind of cloud technique. Let's put this into this sheet here. Put this into the end. We're going to sort this. We need to sort this list later after we deploy the patch, because the list is, there's a lot at the end that I added there that will not be in the patch. So our first task for this patch is just make a very good demo, and the demo should look very nice and have the core features all implemented very good, bug free, and that's already a lot. So we need to add vertical parallax. This is about implementing new doodle and background functions. So this is the vertical parallax is for the background. We need to think of, we need to rename this. So first is we code horizontal parallax, because this is for the background. We need to recode this. We also need to recode the record background shifting of clouds. The clouds are moving. Clouds are moving in a different direction, and then they respawn again. And recode. No, and then we code vertical parallax for the background. So this is the first part that we are going to do. These three subtasks are what is inside of this task here. Now, are we then finished with the do that in background functions? No. Then we have to. Actually, this is two big tasks. That's bad, but there's nothing to be done about this. There's background functions and there's do that function. This is implement new Unity brush for random background assets. We want to define a brush where we can just pick some of these assets here and put them into the game. We don't want to specifically pick every asset every time and say, okay, we are going to put in this rock here, give them the rotation manually, give them a scale manually. We want all these settings to be set up by a brush. Set random scale, rotation, and game object. Anything else? We need the tile sets. Test on tile sets, and we need the ability to shift some of the tile sets. So if we walk past some objects, like we walk from here to here, we want these objects to shift past the camera. So maybe we can take then the code of the clouds and code tile set shifting. And this will be very interesting. Okay, after that, put new assets into maps. Yeah, now we could just enter here assets into level 1, 2, 3, 4. But let's not do this. Okay, I think this task here, put new assets into maps, it does not have to be divided into new tasks. And then we have some particle emitters. Particle emitters least fall on the ground. Okay, this actually belongs into here, into these subtasks. Fireflies and leaves. These are just things that you would maybe see in a forest. And these are also very easy tasks, subtasks. And now, here where I wanted to go. Then we need to put them into the game. Okay, now let's put this into the subtask as a task, and then we have to apply the bloom effects. Apply bloom to moon, apply bloom to torch effects, projectile effects, skill effects. Okay. Then we still have one thing left to do. Let's see background. And the background, the last background layer right now. Maybe if I put out some layers, you can see that. No, we can't. So the background right here, this one, right now it's a grayscale. Yeah, now it's a grayscale, and we want to make this lower half here is one color and this is another color. Like, for example, have the sunlight come from the bottom, and here it is going to be darker. We want to do this in the game. So we have to. We already have made the shader graph for that. Now we need to apply shader. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, apply the shader graph, apply background shader graph. Now, I was hesitant here. This also means that we need to edit the shader graph maybe a little bit. We need also to test it. And finalize. Because I think it's not finished yet. And I still had something in mind a second ago. Oh, I forgot it. Oh no. Yes. We need to apply leaf wind movement. This is what we are going to steal from the Unity demo. Nothing more to say about that. It's going to be easy. So if we really suck at doing these tasks, how long will it take? Let's say 1, 2, 3 empty fields. So 19 minus 3 is 16. 16 days at maximum if we really suck at this. Let's be faster. Let's be faster. After that, we only have to make the new skill videos and test the patch. This is also a big one. This is just time consuming, new skill videos. It's time consuming, but it's not hard to do. Okay. So let's test, let's save this and start. We code horizontal parallax background. Okay, for this our current position in the testing level is not very good. So let's put the player to another position. We only care about the background now. So let's put the player here, edit the tile set. For this I'm going to go into this tile palette. I'm going to search for the right layer. Just hard to do because they're actually in German. Oh, here it is. Let's rename these layers though. This one is not English. Let's rename this to ground and to background. Now we're going to take the background and move it. And now let's put the background to the player. Where is it? Here. Put the camera to the player. Why does it start? That we have an idea how it will look when we start the game. Okay, let's start the game. And now we should be able to see what the old background looks like. Should just see what we saw in the preview. Yeah, let's see exactly what we saw in the preview. So as you can see, the grayscale is dividing itself into little background pieces, which is not nice to look at. It would be nice if I could have some kind of idea if this is how it is going to look in the game too or not. I don't think I can, except if I would generate this and set this to test a little bit. This is going to take 10 minutes then. So this is something to do when I'm going to eat dinner. Yeah, I'm going to eat dinner and then I can test it out if the grayscale is that blurry. So the original image, if I just set this to particulate, 100. This is the original image. Yes, it actually has these blurry pixels here. Interesting. It's very interesting because I think that's not in the original grayscale. This is the original grayscale, and if I zoom in, let me zoom in really far. Yeah, there it is. There are little fragments in this. That's not good. We need to first work on this grayscale here. So let's redo that. Because if we are going to work with this, we want to have this set up correctly. Let us see. And maybe we want to Google something. That's the wrong background. We need to open this very soon though, so I can leave this open. Let us search for image without fragments, gradient, image without fragments. And the results we get seem to be all wrong. Damn it. That's image without fragments. No. Adobe export. We need the original image to be really high quality. No, that's also not what we need. Best quality. Dum, dum, da, dum. Choose 300 ppi. Okay. Okay, we're going to make this into a grayscale. ppi. And now if we zoom in here, we already see fragments. Let's redo this gradient. See if that's a problem. An idea. Let's generate the gradient on the fly, and then it might not have any fragments. See? No, this no, this has a lot of fragments. We can change this. Okay. To have more bits. Okay, when the sun is coming from the bottom part, need this to be more bright. But for some reason, this is overlapping. It's weird. This should be right now at the bottom. It isn't. Let's see why. This has 100% opacity. This is 100% opacity. And what's even weirder, that if I flip the gradient, then it works. That's really weird. Now let's put in just black and white here. But I got the feeling like this effect is not gray in the middle part. I have the feeling like this is not actually correct here. Let's test out what happens if I apply a new gradient underneath. Okay, nothing's happening. That's correct, by the way. That's correct. Okay, seems like this is correct. If I zoom in, do I see fragments? Yeah, you can kind of guess that there are fragments here. You see these lines here? That's every time the values for the brightness change. Let's save this for once. And I have no idea what is the best format here. So I'm just guessing. Put it into the game. And use this as a background and see what happens. And it's way too big, okay. See what happens with this picture though. And we don't really see this kind of blurry lines here. Still have to scale this down to 0.5 of its size, because I've doubled the size just for good measure. And put this back into this position here. Now we can apply the shader. Just have to apply to the actual white field there. And is this the white material? No. And now I can try to make this look good. It's like this. Okay, let's do the same thing with the two images at the side. And the only thing that we want to fix now is they look too blurry. Now they should just look like a gradient. We just want to test if this works at all. Kind of improved. Have to take into account the lighting data. So this is how it's finally going to look. Now this background shader here is supposed to have a color that is going to be added to the lower part, but it's not working. So we need to fix this in the shader graph. And why I'm doing this first, if it's not first on the list, by the way, the thing is, if I want to set up the background now, not later, so we can see how the look is going to be when we are shifting the background. After that, we are going to go into code and code that the background is shifting when we are moving. We just have to put in a lot of effort here. So if we set up the background first, we will have a bit of a better look, better feeling how it will look later in the game. So that's why I'm doing this first. The next thing I want to do is actually then put all these layers that we have generated yesterday, put them into the game, and this is actually what we want to code. Okay. Now we have a color here. And then color addition. I don't see where it is added. I think it's never added. Okay, that's explaining a lot. Now let's say set the color here in the preview to red, just for good measure. And the main text, let's put in this picture here. Now we need to see where we could at best add this color and how. I think we have to do it before we add this final addition here, which is just flat add something to the whole image. Might be not a good idea though. Also working on the blue channel here only. This doesn't matter though, because we are working on grayscale. So let's see what happens. Change this value. This is how we are supposed to this is how we are supposed to make sure that we only pick this part for where we want to add the color in. So what now? Let me test something out. I want to see if we still have RGB. No, we only have one value in here. It's gonna be a problem if we want to apply a color. So we need to make this into a vector 3. We've only been working on one channel. We need to work on all 3 channels. And to do this, we need to put in R, G, B and put those in. Now, as you can see, there's 3 values here now for R, G and B. Interestingly, I didn't notice, but you can actually tell from the color that these nodes have how many vectors they have. I never noticed this. So two vectors are green, 1 is blue, 3 is yellow. That's interesting. Okay, that's really something. And 4 is pink, I guess. I don't know what red is though. Maybe yeah, this is the main text. I don't know what else here it does use. So we know this has more than 4 at least. I think this is 5 or something ever. But that's just guessing. It's just guessing. So we don't need a sprite mask. So now we can apply the color. Oh, but we want to make something different here. We want to have the same values each time. I'm not sure if this preview here is correct. I think it's not. I think this preview cannot be correct. What are we doing? We are clamping it. Then we are subtracting. Oh yeah, that might be correct. Let's skip this. So this one. Wait. That can't be correct. No, it isn't. Okay. But now we can see how we might be able to color it. Let's see. Yes, we just have to plug in our color edition here. What does it do? This is a vector 3. It reads it as a vector 3. And now if I have this is 1. This is not 255. It says 255, but here in the shader graph, this 255 is 1. This is 0.5. This is 0. And the maximum value now can be 0, it's black. 255 from the red channel it's red now, but since the other 3 are at 0, it will not take the color, and it will add it to the gradient we just used. So we can should be able to specifically say how much we want to apply. However, this is not a good method. This is not a good method. We need to multiply this. So let's put this out. Click and multiply. And the problem that we had was that we multiplied. Now this graph is not correct, thank you. Multiply it with 1 first. Let's just create a float here and see what happens. What we want to do is we want to specifically say we want more or less red. Okay. We could now multiply this with the float. We can see this is getting darker, or yeah, this is getting darker. But we also want that in the end that the lowest value here will be completely black. Okay, there's a lot of things that we can do here. Okay, then let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll rethink my life choices. Be right back. Okay, here I'm back again, and as Albert Einstein once said, you get the best idea in your toilet breaks. He actually said that. Trust me. Okay. Now let's stop the jokes and get going. I now know how to do this. So, this is gonna be easy. We're just going to... We have this grayscale, and to make sure that the values are 0 or less, that we don't want to use, we have to make sure that these values here, this value here is 0.2, 0.25, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. And to make sure that these are below 0 or 0, we want to make those 0, but we don't want to use our gradient. We can subtract a value. This will be a float. Lower image shift, and with this we can shift this image. Now if we increase this value, the black part will move down. And when we reach 1, it will be all black. Now what we have done here actually is we subtracted 1 to the whole image. Since this brightest part is 1 and we subtracted more 1, we are now completely black. So why is this useful? It's easy, because we can now pick what part of the image we want to color in. We don't want to color this. Now this is black, all black. This is 0 or less, and it won't be affected. Now we can plug this in here. And as you see, we can now specifically say we only want to color in the lower part. For example, like this. And with this float here, we can actually make this even brighter. See? And we can add some brightness. And we could make this that this automatically sets itself up so that it looks very strong, but we don't want this. And we're going to get rid of the top part for now. The top part will be exactly the same, but with the thing vice versa. So what would happen if we plug in the color edition here, not into max but min? Yeah, then we would have the opposite effect. So we could actually define a second color. Let's not name it though. Not yet. Still have to clean this up. And now we could give this color some properties. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. I think because then we need to... No, I don't know why it doesn't work. Let me think for a second. It only works with red for at the moment. We would need to do this twice. One time like this. One time. Like this. It's weird though. And then if we add them together, no, doesn't work because now this is completely white. We need this part here to be black, so we're going to plug this into 1 minus. And now the two colors will be added in later. And now we can set up a sunset effect on the fly. Okay. And now we can do it like this. We have two colors. They're going to be added together. I'm a little bit concerned because this part here is green now. I'm not sure if that is correct. But in the final result, it doesn't seem to matter anyway. But now we can, with this, we can control a sunset effect. We could even make the sun go down while you're playing the game. That would be cool if you apply a certain skill and the sun is just going down because of that. It would be kind of cool. Oh, I see something. We haven't updated our task description here. So let me do this real quick. Stream goal. Progress is this time is the 33rd time I stream in English, and let's update the progress bar. So I've done it. 1/3 of the progress bar is filled. Then again, not draw backgrounds, implement backgrounds. Okay. So now the only thing that is left to do is we have to delete this float, put in this multiply here. Now we have to name our variable probably. So this multiply, the name is horrible. Let me test something out first. What this is doing to the top color. Okay. So this sets the strength of only the lower color. So lower color strength. Then lower gradient color. We can get rid of the clamp value. Don't have a final addition. And then we have the top image. Top gradient color. Okay, now that makes more sense. It makes more sense. I can actually plug in RGB here because it will not make a difference. And yeah, this now it's just one big node. How are we going? Now we need to put them into some groups that make sense. Just to comment then. We want to be nice people and comment. So this is going to be apply lower color. Apply top color. Set we want to set which part is going to be stronger. Okay, that's a little bit not a good description, but it does the job. Now I've accidentally opened the health blood shader. Can I close this tab? No. Don't maximize this, please. We're not working on it. We can close it. Okay. Now we see we can set a sunset effect. Just like this. Let's play the game. And later in the game we can then make, for each map you progress, the sunset is going to be weaker and weaker. Now it is like this. This is absolutely, by the way, not what I had in mind when I was making the game at the start. But I think it looks interesting, at least. Yeah, kind of interesting how this looks. I think it's the colors are too strong though. So to have the final look, I'm going to put the game now into another game mode. The camera is a little bit weird. Sorry. I shouldn't set this up during streaming, but camera is in a weird position. Just think the camera height is not perfect. No, nothing is perfect. But we can at least try. It's a little bit hard to center yourself with the camera while streaming. Fortunately, I don't have enough have a lot of viewers, so I can talk about that. When you have a lot of viewers, you're not allowed to talk about something like this at all. So let's make this effect very, very subtle. Like this. Let's play the game. See how it looks. Yeah, I think this is more like less colorful version. It's still interesting. Something about these stars puts me off though. So let's look at the stars. Hello stars, can you please show yourself? I'm showing themselves for some reason. That's not good. You can see them in the game, but not here because they are on the UI layer. Okay. Our background, guys. Here they look beautiful. In the game they are too big though. So let's take the game view. Change the size. I think it's maybe because they are blurring. Yeah, I think it's a blur effect. I actually don't want to have. Okay, now let's play again and see if this fixed the stars, because I don't want them too big. Okay, looks much better. Yeah, now some of them are going to be a little big, but it's not that they are unrealistically big. And the next thing is, I think that the duration is a little bit too short. Let's play this. It's immediately setting itself to have 500 particles. It's a lot. It's a shape. Okay. Maybe decrease the shape a little bit. Oh, let's increase. Let's just double the lifetime. Okay. Now what's happening is I think there's a lot of stars that you don't see because they're too small. This is all of the stars. And there's a whole lot more here at the bottom part. Oh no. Actually, it would have to be at this position. And to be big enough so it would fit the whole screen size. This is to 17. 17.5. This is going to take a lot of time. We actually are now 1 hour in the stream and did nothing. Programming. Let's actually blend them out with color instead of size in the end. Which might seem odd. But now we can say at 90%, blend them out. At 10%, fade in. Oh, that's beautiful. And we can also see that they are actually blooming. We need to stop them from blooming though. Yeah, like that. Just a little bit of bloom. Don't overdo it. Now we need to hit the white values. Okay, let's play. And now you don't see enough movement in them. Maybe increase this to 20. Just subtle changes. And hit play again. Okay, I think the twinkling part, which is this part, should be repeated. Did we reset them? No, I didn't want to reset them. Okay, let's play this. Now you see them twinkle way more. But they nearly fade completely into nothingness. I want to make them reappear. Okay, let's hit play and see how it goes. I think that's okay. The only thing that I'm missing now is more stars. But once I hit restart, this is 500 particles. That's already enough. Too much, actually. Unity, how many particles? At once.
I think it's pretty common among game developers to be fond of particle effects, and I am personally no exception. There's just something inherently satisfying about watching these tiny particles float around. The class which takes you all the way from the very fundamental courses. So as artist Thea, there will only be blend, break. And it was particle time. So I started with Shuriken, Unity's CPU-based particle system, and as I expected, it handled 10,000 particles without breaking a sweat. Of course, all these tests are going to depend on the hardware you're running. My build is on the screen now. Next up, I tried with going to depend on the hardware you're running. My build
Okay, here's a decent setup. A little bit stronger than mine.
Is on the screen now. Next up, I tried with 20.
This was, the year was 2019. Okay.
1,000. Then 40,000. Still, the average FPS was above 200. Now just to clarify, the particle system here is using the standard billboard rendering settings with no forces applied other than a start speed. I also noticed that I was getting a huge performance increase when playing the simulation with the game view maximized, probably because Unity is removing a lot of engine overhead in this case, so I continued doing this throughout testing. Next, I doubled the number to 80,000, then 200,000. At this point, the simulation was finally starting to slow down, and at 400,000 my FPS had dropped to 25, so I decided that 400,000 particles might be enough. So that's pretty much it for this Oh, you want more? Well, so did I. So after putting together a quick graph to show the decrease in FPS based on particle count, I was ready for round 2. Quick graph to show the decrease.
Okay, we see here that he has a lot of particles, 10,000 particles, and only the particles. And you see his FPS is still acceptable. But if he doubles this to 20,000, you can see that there's a 10% drop in the min FPS first. Oh no, there we see in the average it's no difference at all. That might be just that might be not performance related actually. This could be just because of the measuring method or some error that you usually have. So we should not overestimate this number here. Then at 40,000, he's starting to drop. Okay. So I think we should at max have 10,000 particles in the game at once. And if we would now increase our number to 1,000, that would already be 10% of the whole particle spectrum that we want to have, want to play. What we can do here actually is put this culling mode to pause and catch up though. This way, the particles that are hidden by the background should not be playing, but I'm not quite sure. I think this is the culling mode is supposed to not waste any resources on particles that you cannot see. But I'm not quite sure if this is just being affected by camera angle, or where the camera is looking at, or by objects that are in front of the object. I think it's a camera. I think if you put something behind this mountain, the flames, for example, if a torch, the flames would still show up. Let's make a test. Particle test. And actually have a torch with different torches although. Oh no, I named them German. Oh. Okay, now there's a torch. If we put this behind this mountain, But now it's behind the mountain. Still playing. Will it play in the game though? It's hard to determine. So I think particles that are hidden by an object will not stop existing. It's only relying to the camera, I think. Yeah, I think it's only according to the camera. Okay. So let's watch the rest of the video here.
FPS based on particle count, I was ready for round 2, the visual effect graph, or Unity's GPU-based particle system. First I installed the package and set up a quick graph based on the default swarm template. As you can see here, it uses simple quad rendering and the particles are moving using a vector field force block. So here is 400,000 particles running using the effects graph. No problem. The same thing can be said for 1 million, and 2 million, and 5 million. All hail modern graphics cards. In fact, the biggest problem was to get my screen recorder to capture all the detail without slowing down the computer too much. At 10 million particles, my frame rate finally dipped below 25. At first I thought, we've reached the end. 10 million is the highest we'll get. But then again, maybe we could do something to optimize it. So I started by simplifying the movement of the particles. I tried making them completely static and just spawning them randomly within a sphere. However, to my surprise, this had pretty much zero impact on the FPS. At 2 million particles, my frame rate increased from 117.
Okay, now we have to keep in mind that even though the particles that I use right now, they don't use any movement, they still use size and color, and even if we optimize that it is not going to impact the performance too much. And we also shouldn't fool ourselves with, okay, we don't move them or make any complex movement. We can spawn in more.
To 118. Not ideal. Next I tried spawning all the particles from a point and then applying a spherical velocity. Again, no difference. At this point I concluded that movement wasn't the thing slowing everything down, so instead I moved on to rendering. Here I messed around with a bunch of settings like soft particles, ways of setting color and different blend modes, all with no significant change. Not until I tried making the particles opaque. This immediately doubled my frame rate. Of course, rendering opaque sprites at this size just makes everything look like tiny dots. So I changed the renderer from quad to point, and all of a sudden I could run 10 million particles at 150 FPS. This might be the time I've been most excited about optimization, like ever. Of course, discerning individual particles from each other is really hard with point rendering. Currently it just looks like one big black dot. So to solve this, I added a combination of vector field forces and turbulence and changed their color based on noise. I think that definitely looks a lot better, and as we discovered earlier, these factors don't really impact frame rate all that much. So I increased the amount of particles yet again to 20 million. And then 50 million. And here it seemed like we'd squeezed out all the particles my computer could handle. I also tried lowering the graphics settings, disabling lights, as well as post-processing, all of which had no impact at all. I even tried changing to HDRP, which only made it worse. Finally, I had the idea to try and create a build which would allow me to close the Unity editor and run the simulation as a standalone. With that and all the other performance enhancing settings I could think of, I managed to squeeze out 80 million particles at around 20 FPS. It isn't pretty, but I guarantee you they are there. So feeling pretty satisfied, I showed all of this to Andreas, who slowly turned to me and said,
"Well, that's all fine and dandy, but can you make it rain?"
We shared a telepathic moment. I slightly raised my eyebrows and with a smug smile I replied, "Yes, Yes, I can. And that's pretty much it for this video. If you enjoyed it, make sure to subscribe and ring that notification bell so you don't miss the next one. Also, make sure to check out Jason's courses. Simply click the link in the description and get big discounts along with a free t-shirt from Line of Code. This of course also includes the new limited crunch time design, but be quick because at the time we have reached next week's video, it won't be available. On that, thanks for watching and I will see you in the next video.
Okay. Yeah, the last part was sponsoring. Maybe not so interesting. So with the normal settings, we can actually try out to maximize this. Let's try out for ourselves. Let's save this and then try out for ourselves just to make this into a ridiculously high number. Now, 1400. Let's spawn in more. Let's spawn in 700. $7,000. Okay. That's a lot. Let's see how it looks when we play. And it looks horrible. Just a test. Okay, now no problem. Let me open the task manager though. You can blend in my FPS. So right now my CPU is using 99% of its CPU, but that's normal. Okay, it was because of all these particles. Yeah, I can hear my ventilation turning on and off when I press this restart button. So how many particles is this? 140,000. Okay. So we can simulate 140,000 in the editor. So 1,000 particles is okay. Let's go with 2,000. I think 2,000 is what we need to have a good density. 1,000 is fine. 1,500 is what we want though. So let's try to change the shape. Did set them up? Interesting. make them softer. There's this soft material here I have. It's very soft. See what happens if you put in the default particle. I think the default particle is also very soft. Oh, that's nice. I think they're too small now. Yeah. You can kind of see them. They look nice and realistic though. To be a little bit stronger, just a little bit. Like this, for example. And you can see them kind of moving. Twinkling in the background. Okay, the only thing that I think we could do to optimize them is to make a map with stars, then put on over them some kind of noise to then not have to deal with that many particles, but just have one map, one PNG with only the stars, and well, you could make them edit them all at once with the map where you just scroll over it, some kind of gradient noise to make them twinkle a little bit, reappear and appear. And the benefit of that would be, it would be way better for the performance. So we're not going to do this now. We will add this here. Have performance. Put stars into PNG map and apply a shader graph noise. Okay, later when I read this, I will know exactly what I meant. Yep. So I think this is working fine. It just could be better in the performance right now. Okay, I can close the NVIDIA here. Everything that I've opened now. Okay, now we are through with that. Okay, what's next? Yeah, next is we are going to make all these background layers here into single PNG images and import them into the game. Yeah, let's go. Now this is where the fun begins. As Senken used to say. So brown mountains. They're all going into the brown mountains. Mountain layer. Ui. Let's count all layers. 1, 2, 2, 3. Actually, there's a problem here. The blurred images will not repeat themselves. That's bad. So it's very good that we have this old layer copy. This one is working. Let's see how we did set this up. Okay, this is a finalized product, but with this one, it's not working because you can see here at the edge there's the part that is not blurred out correctly. Also with this one, can delete those. We seem to have 6 layers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now we're just going to do the same as we did yesterday. Take this, make this into one group, pick the middle part, delete this, paste in the actual picture that we can see. And all we need to do now is to make sure that it repeats itself at the edges. Put one to this edge, put one to this edge. Now it should repeat itself both direction. It does. Can put them into one layer now and then blur it. And for this we need to look at all the layers. To have an idea how much we need to blur this. Let me check something. How's blur pronounced? Blur? Blue?
Blur.
Blur. Okay, I'm pronouncing it right. Just checking if I got the pronunciation right. Okay, let's keep going. And I'm going to soften this up image. Okay, and now we should be able to see this without having anything at the edges that disturbs us, and it's still repeating itself. Now we're going to do this with this layer too, and it's going to work great. Going to work great. So put this in the middle. Put two duplicates at each side. Make sure that they actually fit. Okay, let's see. Does it repeat? Yes, it does repeat itself. Now we make them into one layer and blur them. Just a little bit. Like this. Not blowing them too much. Now we can save. And call it day. Call it a day. So the only part we have to do now we can start making small little PNGs. So brown mountain. This is layer 6 because 6 is in the back. 1 is in the front. 6. This is number 5. This is number 4. Number 4. Number 3. Number 2. And number 1. And that looks really beautiful. Can close this. And actually, if we look at these pictures here, let's make them really, really big. I think you can really tell that the last 3 layers here, number 4, 5 and 6, they are from a different time period where I was not able to draw as well as I can today. Especially picture number 2 looks really nice to me, I think. Let's not get carried away though. And keep going. Brown mountains. So now we have to make all these background layers. And last time we did set them up in level 1 to be a canvas and to actually scale with the camera size. So let's do that again. First we are going to just take level number 1. Copy our work from last time. Here, over here. Okay, we cannot click it. I think it's because it's UI. So copy this background. And now we can put it in here. Okay, now the values here are wrong. Cannot see why though. Scale seems to be correct. Oh, it doesn't know the camera. Yeah. Now we have the backgrounds 2 times. The only thing that we want to keep is the stars. We will set this up to be a preset later. We can reuse in every level. Starshine. Let's just name this stars actually. So use our moon and our sky. This is sky -1, sky 0, and this is sky 0. This is sky 1. And this is sky -1. Now I'm not in the correct order. And we need to change our writing, kind of. So not everything seems to be minus. Okay. I don't think this is a good naming convention though. No, it actually is. Let's just get rid of the space here. Maybe make an underscore. Sky underscore -1. No, that looks crappy. Sky -1, sky 0, sky 1. Just don't want underscores. Okay, now we have the sky set up. The sky is already finished now, because there's nothing left to do. Oh, there is something left to do. This is still not a canvas. Let's see. Let's first set up 0. Number 0, you're going to be stretched. Okay, now this should always be in the camera. Let's take a look. Yeah, it has the correct size, everything. It's nice. And now we can set the sorting layer, which is going to be -3. Okay, now instead of repeating what we did, we're going to copy our layer here. Just set this to -1 and say this is going to be at the left side. And this is going to be at the right side. Finished. It's already working. Okay, that's nice. The moon, though. Can we make this also into a canvas? This will be kind of hard. Ooh. Make this into an image. We cannot preserve the aspect, I think. We can. Okay, it's nice. Okay, we can get rid of the sprite render now. Put the scale to 111. Ooh, now we have a big moon. Actually, that's not a bad idea, though. Let's try something here. What if we have a big moon? I think this is kind of disturbing. It's kind of disturbing because we don't have parallax vertex. Vertical parallax yet, and it's still way too big. So let's decrease the size of this thing, and also put it somewhere else. Okay. Now what we've done here is the moon will now always be on the screen, no matter what resolution we are going to choose. If I choose with resolution, you see that the moon is automatically going to set itself. See, the moon is still there. Even at a completely stupid resolution like this, still working with the moon. And there he is back. I think the moon is glowing a little bit stronger than I set it to be. Okay. Just want to make sure that you kind of see that there's some craters on the moon. And like this. Also think the moon could be more at the side. This is where it generally looks good. Because now it's a little bit in the vignette that we have. You can see that it's kind of glowing there. We can change its color a little bit. No, but I don't think this works very well. Okay. I think it could be more on the right part. Okay, like this. Okay, let's now go even further and edit the background layers. I think we can delete this. We don't have the background twice. So this will be layer number 5. This will be layer this will be layer number 4. This should be layer number 5. See, these are the mountains. On them. Oh, let's call them image. So we have a generic name. So do it with this. Okay, and they need a material. We don't want to do anything fancy with them yet, so we're just going to find lit. No, unlit. That's weird. We should find an unlit particle. Here, this one. Okay, it's not interacting with the shadows. Now it is. Yeah, okay, that's what I wanted to have. So it's interacting with shadows now. Okay, there's more, there's more. We are just getting started. Now we can start adding in all the layers. Let me check if we really did set them up correctly though. Okay. Now we can add in all the layers. Number 6. This will be number 1 to 3. Okay, let's start with number 6. Okay, interesting. It's going to be weirdly stretched. Set up the layers. I think we will have to reset the layers a lot. Okay, now this will be background number 2. Now let's get to, you guessed it, number 3. Here comes number 1. Which will be in layer number 4. Okay, let's play and see if we see anything weird. Yes, it's stretched. Don't want this to be stretched like this. Let's see if it is repeating. It is repeating itself, but it's weirdly stretched. What? Oh, I know why. Because, yeah, okay, we set these up to have more height than they actually do need. I think it's double the height. So this should be minus 0.5. This should be 1.5. And this should now they are this is at the original proportions. We're going to do this with all the layers now. And then later we can simply say and change the top position by, for example, applying 300. This has to be minus 300. Maybe this is a little bit too much. $50. And we can move them. And we're going to do this later. First we are going to set up the anchors. So let's select all the images here. First I had a small shock there, not gonna lie, that we are working with the wrong resolution, but no, we're working with the wrong resolution, but it's on purpose. Okay, now if we should hit play, we should only see mountains. Yeah, we see a lot of mountains. Now in I have to say, in big it doesn't look as good as I thought. So what we want to do is here. Now we want to be able to set the position of each layer, but we actually don't want to do this in each of the images. We just want to put this game object here. Say put it down, put it up. That's all we want to do. We don't want to do this with anchors. Anchors are great, but this time we really want to do this with the X position. For example, I want this to let's just set them up for now. This to be here. This one should be here. This one should be like here. should be here. This should be here. And these should be here. And there's a lot of layers. Okay, and I actually think we avoided with the last layers. Okay, that's weird. Why did they set them back? It's not where I did set them up to be. I think that's done via script. Yeah, I scripted that. Okay, now we have this background move script. Let's first think if this name is correct. Could also call this parallax move. Because we are not just moving them, we're moving the clouds, but we are not moving the mountains. We are doing a parallax effect. So let's rename this. Let's see what the sky has. I think the clouds should be renamed to clouds. They have a unique script which is called cloud move. It should be, this should be named moving background. And Unity does not want me to get back into Unity. Come on, come on. Let me do it. It would be great, Unity, if you would now let me join you. Stop compiling. What are you compiling? We haven't done anything. I've changed one script name. Okay. Oh, I think JetBrains is initializing. It's processing. It's processing. It means we still have to wait for JetBrains wider to come up. Okay. Fair enough. We're waiting. Okay, here we go. So we want this to be renamed into background parallax effect. And I actually should look up how parallax effect is written correctly. Parallax effect. And it's of course I did write it wrong. Okay, Unity wants to compile now. Come on, Unity. Give me back my control, please. 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 Okay, now here we go. With two L's and then an A. Parallax. Okay. Well, I'm a programmer. I'm not a script writer, so it's okay if I don't know how to spell. Well, okay, it's not okay if I don't know how to spell even as a programmer. Damn it. I contradicted myself with that one. And we are going to completely rewrite this script. Also this moving background here, we have to rename this into moving background. Moving background. Okay. So we're going to start with the parallax effect, and it has two public floats, scale factor and shifting. Okay. Don't think we need the scale factor. Not yet. First thing that we want to do is put this here. We also have this bug boolean, and I don't know what it does. Twisting. It's not the worst script. It's not the worst script, but it's very old. Very fragile. And I remember this broke down a lot. Okay, first we are getting the layers here. Oh damn it! I think we might better start from. We might be better if we start from the beginning again. Because I don't like the reading of this code. I'm quite a little bit ashamed of this code, to be honest. I mean, I've improved quite a lot since I wrote this code. And now this code is kind of showing how weak I was back then. Now we can do it much better. Okay. So. As we are getting the background layers with a kind of weird for loop, but it's okay. I think this is actually okay. We're setting up the position. Okay, this should do nothing except setting the Z coordinate to 0. What? Okay, we can skip this. Okay, we can do this different. No, actually, this is fine because we are initializing an array, and an array is actually the best way to do this. Okay. Okay, now then we have information here. Set them up. We want to know which one is currently the left one, and we are going to name this left layer, left image, and right image. And the thing that is kind of nice with this code is it seems to have been coded so it does work even with two pictures next to each other. That's okay. Now this is not a transform anymore, it's a vector transform. Which might be a little bit weird then. Okay, I would say let's do it like this. We are going to set up this script, and after that I'm going for dinner. It would be a nice idea. Okay, I might need to stop the music now, because I think because I have a little bit hard time to focus on coding. Okay, I think it's just coming from having one week of drawing, and now I need to get into coding again, which is odd because I never thought that I would get out of coding that quickly. But that's how habits work. So we have this ChemX. And this script has one problem. It's going to get the camera each frame and set the ChemX. That's not good. It's definitely not good. We want to get a reference to the camera. So private camera has a transform. Cam transform. Just to make sure that we don't get this transform every time. Excuse me. This is just for performance what I do now. Get rid of all the reference to the camera, because we every time I think it's going to every time search for the camera, and it would be better if we just save the transform and then reference it every time. Okay. We're going to look into the rest later. Okay, then we are going to scan if the camera position has moved. And then we have the shift right and shift left function. I don't think that's a good idea. We should only have one shift function. So let's first restructure this. If the camera X, if the camera X position has moved, then we're going to make a new function here that is going to be named shift. Okay. What is this shifting layer? Shifting. Shifting speed. And we need to name this X shifting speed. And we're going to have also a Y speed. and shift horizontal. Okay, we removed this float and did nothing. Okay. If it's nothing, it's not important. Just if you forget something, it's not important. Probably. Shift horizontal and shift vertical. Horizontally. So which one is X? Which one is Y? I actually forgot. Horizontally, vertically. Vertical contains the gravity direction, that point. Okay. It's actually good. So vertically is Y. And yes, I'm not afraid to say I didn't know this. So we need two new methods. Shift horizontally and vertically. And they're going to be private. I'm going to put them here. And if we don't need anything else inside of here. Okay. So if the camera position has changed, then we simply want to scroll our 3 background layers. Now let's see what we were doing before. See what happened if we shift to the right. We would shift, but we would then the shift speed. Actually, this is not that bad. Quite okay. And this should be not the child count. This should be the BG layers count or length. Yes. And if one of these images is too far away, we need to put the next to put one of the images here, so we indefinitely scroll into one direction. So we need to reset the images every time that we scroll into one direction. And we need to do this correctly. Now the current version is just assuming that we are going to play on this resolution, which is horrible. Yeah, this probably breaks it with and I didn't see this. This will break it once we don't play on normal monitor. If we play on a monitor that does not have default scale, this is going to break. So this is not good. And we want to have a new method here. Also does the same as this scroll right. We're just going to name this scroll. We still have to work on the if condition though. And let's just copy the scroll right code, put it into scroll. And now let's get rid of all the old methods. Okay, nice. So now we need to calculate how much do we want to shift actually, and we want to a Z position just stay what the layer is actually set to. So define this float shift, and this will be the old CamX. It will be the old CamX minus cam transform position X. Now we have to think for a second. If it's this way or vice versa. Okay, old cam position, we go right. Now this is a this is a higher value. We're going to subtract this from cam X, and we get a negative value. So we should subtract cam X from cam transform. Yeah. If we this is the cam transform. If this is the old position and this is the cam transform, and then we subtract the cam's old position from the cam's transform. This is going to be smaller. Yeah, okay, then we are going to have a negative value. Yeah, let's just say if we come from 0, cam x is 0, so the cam x position will then be what we actually want to move to. So then the cam x position is right. And this is correct. Okay. Okay. Now we have to adjust the position. And currently we're doing this by taking all these 3 images and scrolling them to the right. I think this is the better way to do it. Yep, this is actually the better way to do it. Hmm. 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 Huh. We're not using the transform position, we are going to use the vect position. And I have no idea if this works. And this scale factor doesn't make any sense. So let's get rid of this scale factor. So this does a weird multiplication here. Something reading out the screen size or something. Oh. Okay, now let's try this out. Don't think we can play it, but we can click on the images here and just see what happens if we scroll them. So if I would move to the right now, this would move to the left. And how would I know that I moved one image further, one screen size further? Is there any way to know? So 1, 2, 3 times is 3940. But why? So this would be 1310 roughly. 3110 per image that we passed. So if we put this to 1310, should it be in the middle? Yes. This is roughly the middle. Okay. You could also edit the anchors. It would maybe be a little bit easier. Yeah. Then we could read, because the anchors are relative to the camera size, and this has nothing to do with the camera size. So we would have to research how we can actually calculate how this works, and then I think then we would have to read that value out, calculate the right value, and then we can shift to left to right. And if we just do this with the anchors, we actually know that if we increase the anchors by 1, we are in the middle. We are increase them by 2, we are at the right, and then we are going. If we are going above that, we have to shift the image back to the start. Now, unfortunately, it does not use anchors. Just no, did this. You still have to think about one thing else though. So at this resolution right here, as you can see, these pictures get quite weird. Now, I think this is not the resolution that we would care about. This is still realistic. The resolution which we should care about is this one. Even more to the bottom. This, and even more squished. This one. Because this is the resolution we would have with a smartphone. Let's take a look here. Okay, it still works quite fine. Okay. Now, my first thought was maybe with this smartphone it is stretched in a whole way and looks terrible, and we will not just use the anchors. But let's be honest here. Most users are going to be roughly playing in this kind of stretching, like like this. This is where most users will play, and where I also think that the game should be optimized for. It's not optimized too much for weird resolutions. Let's take them into account. So if we have a resolution, maybe you just have 1900 times 1000 for some weird reason. You're playing this in windowed mode, and yeah, why not? We shouldn't judge the user for that. So if we just work with the anchors, we make sure that the image will always be stretching with the resolution of the monitor, and it's optimized for HD. So for the normal users, there's no problem about them. There's maybe some laptop users which have a little bit of stretching, but they won't notice. If they don't know, it's okay. We will test this though. We have to test test it that it works with every resolution, and there's no bugs with resolution. If it's a little bit stretched, that's okay. If it's stretched too much, we might have to rethink our approach here. But first, let's go just for anchor points, because anchor points are easier to code, and there's less error that you can do. The biggest issue is if I put them to the left and right. I put it here and do it with these values. These values have to be exactly right, so that each pixel is pixel perfect. We need to be pixel perfect with this approach. And if there's a rounding error, it could be that we put the image to the wrong position in one frame, and then the hell is it doing? Just wanted it to put the image back, and now it's reloading every sample. Build aborted. Okay, I accidentally built a game. Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to reverse. So if we make any mistake there, could lead to problems. Okay, now I reversed some things that I probably did not want to reverse. Put back everything. Oh, come on, don't reload every time I change the position of any image. Okay, now first thing we want to do is just get how much shift we have, and then have to read the anchor. Anchor, yeah, we have to add anchor min. Oh, okay. BG layers. We're going to edit the anchor min, new vector 2. and at the shift. We're doing the same with the anchor max. So now the image should shift to the left and right. And we have to actually apply the shifting speed, the horizontal one, to the shift, so we can set it up later in the inspector. Good. Now we have to now we can test this out. Come on. Let's comment this out here. And just leave a comment. Shift the anchor points to the left or right. And this is a really necessary comment, but I only comment the self-explanatory parts. And if we always comment the self-explanatory parts, yeah, we at least do comments. That's better than no comments at all. Now there's nothing happening right now because we have not set up the layers, scripts on these layers to do anything. Put the X shifting speed to 1. And yeah, they're gone. That was fast. Also forgot something. We need to take into consideration time, delta time. So we are constant. And we also need in the end to save when we are done the chemex position. Actually, we can do this at the start because we don't need the chemex position again. Now what you just saw, the layers all flying by, that was because they were always updating themselves. Now what I expect to happen is that the layers fly by too fast. Actually, it looks quite okay. Yeah, that was a little bit too easy. Okay, I take it back. I take it back. That was quite easy. It actually worked quite nice. Now we have to see, and I actually don't know this completely. When do we have to put this picture back here? Unfortunately, if we put this picture anywhere, there's no way to make it adjust its anchor points. Unity on default, the vector transform is set up to then edit these right, top, bottom, left parts, which I actually never recommend using, because they just are some they don't scale with the actual screen size. They have a value, and the value of them is nearly completely made up. I think it could be pixels, but I'm not even sure what these values are. Maybe one Unity's pixel, and then they also scale with the monitor size. So the one step to the left on one monitor is a different distance than on the other monitor. That's why I think these values here are not really good. And I used these values for menus back then, and the menus just wouldn't work on certain screen sizes, because these values just don't scale with the screen size at all. That's why I say don't use these values if you don't have to in the UI. I don't even know why they're even in there. That's how bad I think they are, because you can completely ignore them if you just use anchors. Actually, I want to look this up. Unity, why not just use anchors? Anchors versus okay, there's okay, there's okay. The local position is the center of the parent. Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong here, because I really want to see why people would set the position without the anchors. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't find any guidance here, which would be nice to just have some clue why people use these positions here. I think I at the start I just used them instinctively, because Unity just assumes you're wanting to use them, and I really want why that is. I really want to know why that is, and I don't understand it, to be honest. I always use the anchors. Okay, enough. We still have stuff to do. We have to set a value. We have to find a threshold where we put, and at this threshold we put this picture to the left side. So first, let's see, we are scrolling this to the right. Say we have scrolled 1.5, 2.5. This is also something. If you don't enable this button here, it will not use the anchors. It will put them back in the image, back to where it came from. So this really shows whoever made this component wanted us actually to use this right and left values, but I don't understand why. Okay, now we are at this position. I think the threshold. Where would the threshold be? I think this would be the threshold with 0.5 more. Yeah. Yeah. And that's it. So let's add two floats. Float left threshold and right threshold. And set those two up. The left one is going to be the BG layers 0, so the most left one, dot, I'll just read out the anchor min, dot x minus 0.5 f. And now the white threshold is going to be the last layer. It's going to be plus 0.5 f. Now if we scroll to the left or right, like here, we can adjust the position. Oh, now we can check if we have passed the threshold for each layer. So we now have this layer, this BG layer. And if we hit the condition, we want to give the layer that has matched the condition to the scroll function. And we want to get the game object. Oh. Yeah, game object. So we have to adjust this here. We're going to ask for minimum. Is a minimum x smaller than the threshold. Hello, threshold. Or is it bigger than the right one? That's a condition where we want to scroll. Okay. And we know what is the left image and the right one. So now we have to set the anchors new. And in this here, we now we have to determine how do we tell this function if we should put it to the left or right. So let's first just make this function here work to the left, and then we can think about where we actually need to adjust it. So we don't need the game object actually. We just use the rect transform. That's all we care about. And now we're taking the left image and the left image and subtract -1. That's it. That should be the correct position. Oh, we stay in the right position though. And then we would have to set the left image to I. Int layer index. Let's rename this to layer. Yeah, that's it. So this is scroll to the left. And now we can think about what if we want to scroll to the right. So there a generic way what would be the most generic way to find that out? Now we will want to rename this first into scroll images. We could just say here direction, and then in this if clause make this into two ifs, and if one is true, then we are going to do that. the other is 2. We're going to do that. Okay, yeah. That way we would only have one if. Int. No. Do we want to have an int direction? Or Boolean? There's only 2 directions, so Boolean would be enough. Say right, and if not right, we do this to the left. The right image, we would have to set the right image going to be the layer index. No, -1. That's not 2. Because this could be layer 0. Right index float right index is equal to layer index -1. If right index is smaller than 0, right index, we have to start from the beginning, is equal to PG layers child length -1. We also have to apply a -1, I think. Okay. And then we can just say else if right. We don't want to say just else, because this makes it a little bit more easy to read. And this is always true, but if you're skipping through this is just easier to read. This is why I keep this white value here. And then we have to adjust this. Let's first edit this if clause here, copy it. And if this is true, we are not going to scroll to the right, so it must be to the left. And if this is true, we must be scrolling to the right. True. Okay. And now we have to just swap out the right image, the left image. Could be more generic though. I got the feeling like we could optimize this somehow. So we only use one if clause here. But I think this way it at least is more readable. And now this is +1. This is also +1. This left index. And we're going to swap out this part of the code here. Now the problem is if we are bigger than the BG layer's length, then we need to set ourselves to 0 again. And then we can start again. Okay, let's try this out. There's nothing that could go wrong. Okay, obviously, I'm totally convinced it will not work, but I think we are pretty close to making this work. So let's test it out. The shifting speed is set to 1, so we should have some shifting here. And it immediately has a bug. Oh no. Seems to have lagged a lot. Is there maybe something in the console? No. This is a Unity error. That didn't work. So it was having a problem with scrolling the images. It did put the white images away, wiped away. And I want to know why. So I think the thresholds have been set up correctly. if conditions seem to be correct. We're just scrolling in the wrong direction. Because here we need to scroll to the left, here to the right. There's more. Let's see what happens. Let's see if let's start the game, pause it, and let's see if it right away shifted one of the images. That would mean that our thresholds are set up wrong, or that the if clause is not working. Okay, it worked. Okay, now it did set this to the right. Okay, interestingly, the x values are at 1 and 2. They should be lower though. So it doesn't seem to set this layer. That's odd. Let's see if this is even related to the scroll function or not. I think it is. As weird as it seems to be. No, it's not. Interesting that this did not happen before. Just seems like the right image is not scrolling. So what? Oh, it's I smaller BG layer. Yeah, okay, that's a problem. I thought smaller or equal. This is something that yeah, sometimes quite messed up. And there's also an error here. And let's put these functions back inside and see how they do. Now, I'm not convinced if I did get right and left correct, but if I correct that now, then Unity will compile again, and in the meantime I can have tested this. And yeah, that's a good test. Good test. Let's just deactivate the background, you know? Okay. Seems to work. We do have one problem here. There was one part where it was not at the right position. Now it seems to be correct. Interesting. Now there's the part again. That's not at the correct position. Here. Okay, let's see what happened. So it's scrolling to the correct positions. It's number 0. Is there a float error? That's weird. And it's especially weird because it's working nearly as intended. Let's move more to the left. Okay. Okay, there's the end of the level. Null exception. Okay. Might be a null exception because I paused the game. Let's ignore it for now. We will test this later. I don't think this is an actual null exception because loading works. We have tested it already. I think this is because I paused the game. What is the problem here? I know it. It's shifting the layer first and then scrolling it. So yeah. So we either do this before shifting, which is actually the easier way. Yeah, we do this before shifting. And since there's loss of precision, but since this is outside of the camera view, with 3 layers anyway. We'll never see this. It's not important. It doesn't matter. So we are now 1 frame off with shifting outside of camera bounds. And now we should actually not have a problem here. Should actually now work just fine. Yeah. Shifting again. Now just with much cleaner, sleeker, better code. The only thing that we did is make better code that it now with every screen size I can put this into a shit screen size now. Like do that and it will still work. This is the only thing I changed. Yeah, you can do pretty weird screen sizes now. It will still work and look acceptable at least. Okay, actually this texture seems to scale quite good with vertical views, like on the phone. Just because I guess because this is really flat, and when you make these flat mountains just taller, and then there are tall mountains, yeah, still doesn't look off. That's why we are a little bit lucky here. It might not work with every background though. Some backgrounds will look completely distorted because of this method. Okay, now I'm not going to eat yet. I still have something to do, and that is I need to do this now vertically. But there's a catch in vertically. Vertically, we don't have additional layers that we are going to spawn in. We need to be careful that we don't go underneath a certain threshold again. And if we reach at the bottom of the level, then we're not going to scroll any further. So what we are going to do is we just first copy this code here. And then we are going to introduce a new variable with a y. Oh no, we have a y. Y shifting speed. Why not? We name these variables to have a nice name. I smelled something like burnt steak. Just hope that they are making some steaks nearby. Yeah, I don't hear anything weird. So the next thing that we are going to do is shift vertically. This is going to be great. So instead of having transform here, now we need to how do we put in the threshold for the maximum height of the image? And the speed will also be different. We want to specifically say in the game later, this here is my maximum height, this is my maximum minimum height, and this is where we want this image to scroll up and down. So we need to have a public transform min position marker, and the same for the max position. And from then we are going to read out our thresholds. Down threshold, up threshold. And then we can initialize these two values. Down threshold is going to be it's going to be min position marker, position y. Then we are going to do the same with the up threshold, max position marker, position y. Now we can read our maximum minimum height we want to put into our game for the layers, and then make a parallax effect. So if we jump, we want these layers. We want these layers to slightly move. So if we jump, that they go up and down correctly, and we want to later set in the game how much we want these layers to move up and down. We cannot have a generic function for this. This is why we need to have some kind of reference in the real world, which is the virtual world for us. But yeah, is there a difference? No. In the real world and the real world and the virtual world, yeah, they're the same to me. Okay, now we're not done yet. Each layer has its own shifting speed. But actually, I think we don't need shifting speed if we just set the maximum height and minimum height. It might be a little bit nicer though. Might be nicer to have that. Okay, now I got an idea for testing though. I got a really good idea for testing. A genius concept. Out of level 1, we're going to, because it will be tedious to keep testing this under the current conditions, because running around in this level isn't that fun, just having the background. Let us steal some platforms. Oh, and it's very important that we save this now. If I would have forgotten to save this, I would have to set up everything again. Good that I clicked yes. Here in this level, there are some platforms. We can steal them. We need to steal the icons. This one and this one. This one and this one. We need them in our little test level. It's a little bit weird that this platform is having a weird position. I think it belongs into a grid. Yeah, and then it needs to be inside of a grid. Okay, put it inside of this grid. Let's try to insert them again. Oh, this is a box collider. Ah, okay. Let's rename this into player. Oh, these old names. These are platform objects. Everything is so messy here. Got to clean it up before we continue working on it. Okay, now we cleaned it up, made it look way nicer, and now we can actually use those two platforms. So how do they work? You step on them and then they drive with you somewhere. So I want to put those two here. And I think I now have to jump down there. But we can, these platforms are just for us to drive around a little bit and see how the environment changes then. Let's try that out. Okay, we have 6 null exceptions, of course, because we need to set up our maximum height and minimum height of our scripts here, and we need to keep coding before we test. My bad. Where's the background? I'm lost. Where am I? Ooh, all this vegetation. This needs to get a parent. Come on. Create empty parent. Yes. Background test. No. Asset test. This is just a lot of stuff. Goes into objects. Okay. Now this one is a soul. Name that file, please. This is a chalice. Actually, this should be named chalice. Okay. And this should rename itself to chalice. It doesn't, for some reason. But whatever, it's not that important. Soul. But sometimes I get really pissed that I picked a lot of German names, even though it's not important. Where am I? Here. Oh, yeah. That's nice to know. We need to have a reference to the maximum minimum high. And we're going to put this into background. Max height and the min height. And those are going to be transforms. Need to be oh, okay. Need to be transforms. Max min. May and man. Yeah. Who doesn't know that? Then May and man height. Okay, and what we want to do with them is put the min height down here. This is the minimum height of our level. And the max height is here. And then we want these scripts here to use these markers. Let's background marker. Let's rename this. be very specifically here. We could also use multiple of those to set different different hikes for each layer, but we don't want to yet. Okay, now we still haven't set them up. So first we want to have a return function. If our y is smaller than the down threshold, or if it is higher than the up threshold. So why do we do this? We want to have a specific height, and probably if the player jumps out of bounds, the height could be reset and be wrong here. But normally the player should never leave the bounds of the game and be above or underneath these values. That's why we are going to set them up, so that we specifically say the player has to it will look good in these bounds, but not anywhere else. And this is also why I want the shifting speed. Why I'm not so positive with having the shifting speed being a codable value. It would be nice to have this maybe be something that is calculated to your thresholds. So what I want is actually, if we want, let's say I can look into the camera right now. This is the starting point of the level. We have this value, we have this value. What are we going? And now we need to define what we want to do. This is a maximum height, this is a minimum height, and we want to have a vertical parallax. So if we jump, that the background is moving a little bit. No, I think having a shifting speed being manual configures is fine. If I would need to set the shifting speed by having to edit it, and by having to edit the thresholds, then it might be there could be a case where I only want the shifting speed to be very low. There could be a case where I have to put these thresholds much closer to each other than I actually want them to be. Yeah, it's actually what I'm thinking about is you could do this, and you would need to also make this into some kind of S function to make it really nice. Like we make this with the function camera, like like no. Now I did into an S. You would need to make this into an S function. Then an S function wouldn't work as well. Oh no, then it would work, but it would still be very, very hard to set it up. You have to take account a lot of thinking, because I'm pretty positive that and then it would be very complicated to set it up. Now we can just edit this shifting value and say, okay, shift this much and want this speed to be the shifting speed, and then you can immediately set it in the game later, and it will be much easier to edit this. Okay, now we have checked if we are inside of the threshold to check the current values though. Now we have to do the same thing, just different. Okay. So now we can start testing. This should actually work. This is finished. This is why I said maybe it's easier to make it this way. Oh, no, we are not finished. I forgot something. We have to ask for the transform here. Now what is going to happen is we need to ask for the transform proposition, because the up threshold and the down threshold, we read this from their transform positions, and we need to compare these values. And I was first thinking, okay, then we need to make sure that they are not the child of the background, because now the markers will move with the background. However, we read the position values right at the start, and this won't matter. That's it. Okay, now we still need to insert some value in here. Put this to 1. Now it should scroll in each direction. Now it also scrolls in each direction. Now it should look pretty crappy here. Actually, it looks nice. Way. So yeah, I'm pretty surprised how good that worked. Okay, and now we have to make the thing. Now let's put this to 2 and just subtract 0.25. Later, we now have to find the correct values for this, and we're pretty much done after that. Now, don't expect this to look good at the first try. It's also a little bit annoying to set up each value here by hand. But aside from that, yay, we now have shifting layers. And if I jump up and down, you can actually see, like in a you can actually see these hills coming up and down. How awesome is that? I actually think, isn't that just awesome? And look at that effect right there. At the top part here, it stops to do anything. Because they have reached their limit. So this is something where we have to be careful with. This is actually quite nice. Let's take the other lift. Now we still have to reset the fork further back. And maybe make them the child of one of these layers here. Oh, that... Ooh. No, that would work. Yeah, but everything else that we need to do now is pretty much artistic. I just think the fork effect also has to use this parallax effect. Yeah. Looking better and better. However, oh no. I see that at the left part, the font texture is not repeating itself. What happened? It's something that we have to look into. So let's keep doing this and see if the textures will bug out. So I just saw an error. Damn. Okay, let's look at that error. What's the problem? The problem is not that they are not in the exact same place. Problem is that they haven't, that the Y position is not correct for those two. You can see where the texture is repeating itself, and that's not supposed to be. Let's see where else it happened. Here it also happened. But it is not consistent. So how could this happen? So it looks like the images, the X position is not always the same. Got an idea why. It's because we're shifting and we're doing all that stuff. No. Then it should apply to all every layer. No, it could be because of this function here. Not really. Not really. I think I know what happened. Yeah. It did put the only level happened on the left side. Why did it only happen on the left side? It put an image to the left side, -1. Yeah, now it's correct. And then scrolled it. Flip to the right. And after that... Okay, no. The problem is we are doing a double shift under circumstances. So we're shifting the background images to the left and right, and then scroll them. And here we're reading the position of this anchor, and this layer maybe has been scrolled over already. Now we could possibly have a really better code here. However, I think it would be better if we just do this in 2 functions. So we do have better control over when we do what. So first, so this way we can also make them like this. First ship the images. And then check if they need to be scrolled. Really weird to write here. This way it will always scroll correctly. Now it will always scroll correctly. Okay. Let's just test this. Oh, it shouldn't double shift, and it should always look good. And hopefully it will. This would be brilliant. Yeah, that part was working all the time. See? We need to do this a few times. Okay, that's enough. Look at the result. Okay, let me deactivate the background. Oopsie. What happened there? Now here at the bottom part, it looks a little bit weird. We would still have to make sure that at the lowest part it looks good. That's the only thing that we're missing right now. Because here we don't want to just see one layer. Even though I do like that we have this parallax effect. And okay, let's keep loading. Didn't press anything. Okay, yeah, okay. It already saw that I pressed something. Okay. So I think this has been set up to the wrong scene. Oh, what could we do so it does look better? Could put this here. So this is at the lowest point. Let's set this up for the lowest point. Okay, now on the higher points should immediately look different. Let's see what happens. I don't think it I don't think it knows what happened. Oh, we also did set up the children. So we need to put them into a new parent. Okay, let's redo this because this prevented us from our testing. Now we are at the top of the mountains. When we get to the bottom, should be something changing. Okay, let's delete this background. And let's look. What the fuck? Okay, here these transforms aren't moving anymore. There is one little problem though. I don't know when these markers are set up. Also, what's happening to the stars? Oh, the stars don't seem to be correct. Yeah, that's interesting for the stars to set them up like this. Back again. let's do this. Let's to find out if these two markers do set them up correctly. First, let's do this at the awake. Because I'm not sure if we are faster than the camera. The camera will set up itself up so it looks at the player. I think it's doing this in the start function. So sometimes this would be faster, sometimes not. With the awake function, we are awakening before the camera does anything. Now let's make sure that is really the case. And setting these markers to null makes it so that we can see in the game if the camera has set itself up to look at the player first or after. Because there's something is weird. Something felt weird about what we coded there. Oh. Okay, also let's look at the clouds real sky real quick. These stars. Scale is off. Can you please be at 111 scale? Thank you. Okay, let's try that again. Nothing's happening. Don't have a vertical effect now. Weird. That's weird. Let's see where the position of this marker is. It's in the middle of nowhere. Interesting. And this max position, also in the middle of nowhere. They are not at the code positions. Yeah, that's pretty much not the correct position. So this happened, but it was too late. Something else set these position markers up to a different position. So we need to look at the camera. Let's go to the follow script and see what happens. This should happen after everything that we do inside of the script. Think and maybe add 2 here, so the world position stays. Maybe that's a problem, because for some reason they if you set the parent to something different, the world position changes. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Depends on the parent. No, I don't know what it depends on. But also doesn't work. And let's see where the markers are. Okay, they are over here. Let's see where the null position is. The null position is there. I don't know why they put themselves into such a weird position. It's have a weird scale. Let's do this afterwards because this is actually not important. Let's just do it afterwards and see what happens then. And I think now the problem is that the set parent function is doing not what we want it to be. But we should still awake before the camera awakes. We could, and this should actually work. It doesn't. But it doesn't. If I fall down here, somewhere it should start to move. Yeah. And that was when we crossed the border. Why though? Okay, let's put this back into the background. It seemed to be working better there. I have another idea. Put this out of the UI. Now nothing should change these two. Nothing should change these two. And the two reasons why I wanted to change them was the two reasons why I wanted to change them was because I think the camera was not set up correctly. Okay, that's nice. Let's delete the background. See if it now works as intended. Now at some point they stop moving. Weird. I guess they're reaching their min height too fast. Yeah, you need to just decrease the min height. Should fix it. The max height. Let's deactivate the background for a good reason. Yeah. Now they seem to behave normally. Now this position, it still looks all right. You can get up in the mountains and then get down. And it's just a matter of where you put the camera now. The start. If I say, okay, now I want to see a little bit more of this background from the start. You can just put this a little bit higher. And this should actually make, now that we can see that the grass at the start of the game. Yeah, now we can see more the landscape. Say, okay, this is actually where we are playing usually. We still would need to adjust the layers a little bit. I think it's looking fine right now how they scale, but now it's just a matter of finding the right values. Also, look at the sky. It's that clear sky with the starlight. Only thing that we still have to put up is the fog. But I guess, first of all, we have done it. We have actually set up the background correctly. That means we can now do what I said I would do, a break. Yes, I'm going to do a break. Going to get something to eat. And after that, I will see you right back. So, until then, I will say, yeah, enjoy the evening a little bit, because I'm going to eat something, have my dinner, and then come back. So maximum half an hour, and then I'll be right back. See you then. There, I'm back again. Okay, let's go back into the coding adventures that we are currently into and edit the game a bit more. Yeah, so the background is working perfectly fine. We only have to take care of the effects now. The sky is always moving with the camera, we don't need to take care of that one. Actually, there's 3 skies in here. Let's remove the sky right and left. Oh no, let's keep them. Just to have now you will never see this sky here in the game. This sky will scale with the camera and will move with the camera, and you will never see this sky or this sky. So why don't we delete this? The reason is simply because this is a little bit easier to take into account when you're making artistic choices. And yeah, we are not talking about programming only in game development, we are also talking about artistic choices. And yeah, so far I'm satisfied with the options we have here. We have a minimum and maximum height that we can set. We don't need those, but we can. It's just an option, and we can even set them individually for each layer. Now I don't think they look too good. The thing that I think does not look too good is that then one layer is stopping to move. That's what I don't like about this, but I need more testing experience with the minimum and maximum height before I make a final call about that. So we will probably come back and have to edit these two values later. Let's make a last test. I want to have them in the background layer here, because that would make it easier. But then we can make this into a prefab, make these two into one object which just says markers, because we could use multiple markers at once. We don't want to put them in here yet. It could be easier if you have markers for each layer, but we currently don't have. To put them in here and then go into the code and say, okay, ignore these markers when you're moving these images. Only take those who have name image or something that we are sure is part of the image. So yeah. So for that. Now we have also improved the code quality a little bit, because the code quality of the old code was a little bit lackluster. I think there were some performance hiccups that we cleared up. Now we can go and add these clouds to these background layers. So how does it work? Each layer has a background layer, and first I'm too lazy to set these up here all the time. Can we do it like this? I think yes. Yeah, it seems like we can set the canvas inside of this here. We can put this into the back and the front. This is very valuable, because now we can save some time. Actually something that I didn't notice earlier, but now when I'm thinking about it, yeah, this comes in handy. Let's do it. And this way, now you see, I can just set this up. And now if I move the fog, I can say, hey, the fog will be in a certain layer. Let's try to play the fog emitters. Not seeing them. Are they in the UI layer? No. Can see this one though. Can we override the fog, the canvas setting? Not really. This is not changing the layer. Okay. So override sorting doesn't work here. We have to specifically set this layer here. Let's think where this would be. This fog would be between the fourth and third layer. And this number 3 has order 2. Now this should be 1. Okay. And this should be between 5 and 6. For foreground is 1. This is then 0, -1. This will be -2. This will be -3. Okay. So this is -2. Now the fogs have been set up. We don't see them yet. So let's make sure we see this fog in this position. So this fog here should see a little bit of that. And now we have to make sure that these move with the background, but they don't have parallax moving. So we can just add a boolean here. Or an enum. That will make things easier. Enum. Enum my enum. Movement mode. And can move horizontally. Horizontally. Vertically. And both none. And both should be the default one. Okay. I'll make this public. Public in how did we call this? Movement mode? Movement mode? Movement mode. Damn it. What's the problem? Didn't exit it. Yeah, make this public, please. So it was private before. Now we have to use this variable. And we can just make a lot of tracks here. Actually, one of these things doesn't make sense, and that is what none. None doesn't make sense. If you don't want movement, don't apply a movement script. At least now we don't need that mode. And movement mode is equal to both, or movement mode is equal to horizontally. So let's make a bracket between those two. But it actually matters. Okay, it's convenient. I always use brackets with the logic, just to keep in my head what I actually was thinking and what I care about. And sometimes it's also because yeah, you need to. So now if it's horizontally, it will only go inside of this code, and it won't be both, it won't be vertically, it won't shift vertically. Okay. Now we can set them up to only use one kind of movement. Now for some reason Wider is not responding. I guess Unity is taking too many resources. That's not good. Yeah. Unity, give me the power. Okay, now that I have the power back. Because I wanted to look into the function here, and I want now see if this is not if this is not set up with canvas, probably not going to work. But I think we can at least try to make this work. Can we make this particle system canvas? It's a good question. We can, okay. Just set it to stretch as usual. put it in the right position because the position has changed for some weird reason. Let's make this into a canvas. Set up the position. And there we go. Now, let us apply the movement script. Move. Parallax. And set the mode. It sets itself to both automatically because that's the default mode. Very good, because now we don't have to set up each layer again. We want this to be only vertically. Give it our 2 markers here. And let's set the X shifting speed to Y shifting speed to 1,305. So we're between those two layers, and then we want to have the shifting speed also to be between those 2 layers. I'm not so sure if it's a good idea to adjust the shifting speed of each layer individually. It might be, because you might decide that one layer is way more back and has to move really slow, and you now have the artistic freedom. On the other side, I think it could be generated, because you could also go through all these layers here and just say minus 0.25, minus 0.2, and set them up individually like that. I think that might be a little bit fast and more effective. So this would be an idea for a background control. So the next one, so we're going to add the script, and then we're going to give it a shifting speed of 0.875. Set it to vertically. Drag in the markers, and we are ready to test it. Save and test. And I don't see any fog. I don't see any parallax movement. Something did go wrong. There, I see the fog now. It doesn't seem to be in the right position. I don't see any parallax movement with any of these layers in the vertical direction. That's weird. Just worked. Okay, let's check what they are set to. They are set to both. Let's see where the markers are. Okay, let's see if this is related to the marker position. Maybe the marker position has been changed. To a weird one. Yeah, now they are somewhere. It doesn't make any sense at all. Because now the minimum height is actually higher than the maximum height. But That's a nice little problem we have here. And if you just put them here from the start, it will work. And that should be nice, but I'm not really convinced that this is good at all. No. What? Did it just go into the break and it worked? So this parallax is working. And the other parallax is not working at all? No. Let me try that again. Oof. Big oof. Okay, let me start again and look at the position of the markers after that. Because something's not right here. Definitely not. Okay, they're two weird positions. Let's make these into transforms. How do I make these into transforms though? Let's see. Unity make transforms into rect transforms into transforms. Okay, if you remove this transform, it will replace itself. And it seems that this is a really weird position. Let's remove the transforms from these, the rect transforms, because this is what's causing all the weird behavior. Get over here. The minimum will be somewhere here. Maximum will be somewhere here. And the maximum is pretty much just if we get to a certain height, stop scrolling. Okay. Now let's test this out. And now they have all lost their reference. That's not good. Fortunately, we can set them up just like that. And we see the fog is not at the right positions where we would expect it to be. The clouds are also not in the right position. Aside from that, it's okay. Yeah, that's just the setup that we have to fix there. We also have to blue out these clouds. It's not working with these clouds because if we blue out the clouds, then they will fit the last layer of the mountains. Because we are blowing out the mountains, we also have to do this with the clouds. But let's do this later. Let's do that later. Clouds -1. Change their names. And they will be -7. Now the clouds are in front of the moon, behind the mountains, where they belong. That's nice. So what's next? The fog is actually not moving with the mountains. So we need to actually do both here. Because I've noticed that if the cloud is not moving with the camera, just like the other layers around them, it's kind of weird. So we have to do both here. So yeah, a little weird that this changed, but yeah. Now we need to have more fog emitters. We need to crank this down. That looks good. Also think this should be at 8. No, 9. I want this to be very close to the other layer. It looks like we need to duplicate this fog emitter 3 times. That hurts. But let's see. Set the stop action to pause and catch up then. So fog emitter -1, 0 and 1. And for the demo, we will later disable the clouds. It's not going to work. Okay, fog emitter. Let's put this left to there and this one to the right. And in the to-do list, performance, shift individual fog particles instead of multiple emitters. Now I don't think that's too important for the performance right now. But maybe we want to do this because each of these fogs have 300 particles. Together they are each 900. That's quite a lot. That's not a small number for a particle system. Here you see, here we have 300. Our system can handle that well, but duplicating this makes this suddenly 3 times as big. And this could be better. Instead of using our scrolling function, we could actually use another function that maybe would just take each particle, scroll each particle to the left, and then you would still have the particle emitter, the original emitter, emit at the original point. Now that could mean you're stretching the clouds a little bit, but if you add a little bit of noise, you could maybe hide that. Speaking of noise, I've forgotten something with this reworked background that I wanted to try out and said last time. And this is add more noise to this grasp. Now you might say, hey, that's not that important. We can already see how much my PC struggles when I'm enabling and disabling the grass. But hey, I just got a new power supply. My PC should at least not burn today. Burn out. Grass. So we got some grass here, but not everything, but let's start with at least something. Because the grass could look nicer. I got an idea. Because we already did this, let's just copy this from this layer. And here the grass had this nice little effect. We're just going to copy this. Insert. And now you see that the grass is randomly sometimes stronger, sometimes less strong. That it just adds a little bit of randomness. I think the randomness is a little bit too much though. Okay, now we've added this grass. Let's copy the effect. Paste it in here. Okay. Where was I? Here. That's a difference. It's a big difference. I think we are inconsistent in this layer. We have to scale it down a lot. What even is this layer? It's just everything. Okay. So we need to be very small with the size here. We need to find out what looks good. Actually, I think that this does not look good. Yeah, I think this structure doesn't look good. Okay, let's keep it like this. And save it. And now we need to be careful, because it could be that it's not repeating itself anymore. We're going to make this into... Okay, we can just test this out before we chip it. Yeah, it still works. So we're going to save this as a PNG. And we can just do we want to overwrite it? Let's name it maybe into 0. I hate overwriting. So let's compare though this one with this one. They're completely different. I think this is generally a little bit better. Yeah, I think this is generally just a little bit better. Check something though. Seems that their opacity is not 80%. Okay, here it is. Okay. So let's make this correction. And now the front ones won't stand out so much. Okay, now for the next one. This layer. And I said this last time. This looks way too much like too much alike. Let us edit this grass. Maybe edit it a little bit more. Doesn't seem to change much. This is much better though, because this it just adds some randomness to the pattern here. Works it a little bit. It's just a small correction, but it checks out. I think this is generally an improvement. Okay, now you can close this. No. Because I'm going to duplicate this, make this hill 3. So if we ever want to have this in the foreground, we can have it. Just to have the option. Even if it's a little bit stupid from me. I want to have the option. We're going to put this exactly where the old hill was. Duplicate it. Okay, there was still a problem. And this layer here has additional information outside that we don't actually want. Now it shouldn't have this. It's still seamless, so everything's alright. Now we can make them into one layer. This is still free. And we can make these a little bit darker. Duplicate them. Put them down here. Make them darker too. Wait, why am I making them darker? They're more in the foreground, so they should be brighter, not darker. Okay, and the last one. Just when I thought I'm finished with mountains. Yeah, of course, I forgot something. But I edited so much yesterday. I think that's fine. It happens. Okay, now let's save this and save this under its PNG that is corresponding to its layer. This is number 3. Let's eliminate number 0 because it's irritating me right now. Okay. And then we just replace these in the Unity later so that we have the up-to-date versions. And they just generally look a little bit sharper and more, even a little bit too colorful for my taste. But they're consistent and generally better to look at. Now what I don't like is that we don't see the fog in this position here. It's correct that we should not see a lot of mountains. That's just as I wanted. Okay, now I think it's trying to load the menu. Yep, trying to load the menu. And that's not what it's designed for. This was a loading script that was supposed to load the next level, but it's not supposed to go to the menu. So I think I just added in the wrong scene there. On the other side, I'm a little bit surprised why it was there already. It should be over here. So let's go into trigger zones and look them up. Yeah, put this over here. Ooh. Oh. Yes. We did it. Let's look up which scene we need to add here. We want to go to scene that is corresponding. Let's set this up to scene number 15. Okay. We need to find out why the fog is not at the right position. First, let's put the max height, the min height out of the equation. Let's also try to add them back in here. Let's see what happens. So it was not these. Because I thought at first that the fog isn't at a weird position because of the min-max values there. Yes, but I have an idea. Yeah, that would explain it. These are set up to have a different y value. Yeah, it's going to fix it. Minus 0.51. Now they should be comparable. Let's see if this fixes the problem with the fog. And I don't see the fog. Nope. We also see that the script is actually moving them. And the difference between those values doesn't even seem to be that big. Okay. I think need to set them up to a different value maybe. Let's look if they are closer now. I think maybe I misjudged which layer is closer. Yeah, that fixed something. Okay, now we have jitter there back then. It's not good. Something's weird with this fog here. Yeah, I haven't set up these values here. Oopsie. Now let's test it out. For sure, there couldn't be any bug now. Okay, now we can do it. So in the first frame, we don't want to see everything moving. So let's actually use the start function. And call update. Can we do that? And call the update function. I don't know if this works like this. Calling the update once in the start function, so that we do what we are doing in the update function before the update. Let's see if this works. No. We did see the fog in the wrong position. Let's try to put the update function into the awake function. See what that does. Maybe because now we see the fog at the wrong position and then everything sets itself up. I don't want this. I want this to be done before the first frame. No. It's also a good question. Will this be in the game or not? Let's reload this level, therefore. I don't know if I saw anything moving there. Let's go. Let's do that again. No, I didn't see anything. So I think later in the game you won't see this this popping up. This maybe only in the editor. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced. Let's do it again, but put the update out of the wake function. See if that has an impact. I think I saw something. Yeah, I think I saw something move. Yeah, I saw something. Okay, so putting the update into the wake function seems to actually do something. And interesting. Maybe when loading we should fade in, just to hide anything that is still not loaded up. Would be a nice fix and also cinematic. Okay, what can we do next? Let's just pick the values out of the last layers and plug them into the fog layers. So the fog layers should now move with the corresponding mountains. Yeah, they do, but not enough. Weird. Because I in this position, I want to see fog. Yeah, I want to see the fog right here. Hmm. Hmm. I guess I can just put the hop higher because it doesn't work at the moment. Maybe I just didn't put them very hard high from the start. Could also be a problem. Doesn't seem to be the case though. Look how low they are set now. Why? Why are they so low? They shouldn't be. Now, let's remove this movement mode and let's check here. I'm getting sick of these thresholds. The down threshold just doesn't work. Markers don't work. Okay, we can keep the movement mode. Just get rid of these markers, because I don't like the markers anymore. This should simplify the code. These are layers, not images. We don't know what's in these layers. To be more exact, these are actually game objects. So it was not because of the markers. The markers were actually working just fine. I want to try something out. What if I put both box just way higher? Will they still be buggy then? Now it seems to work. This is how I intended it to be. Okay, now we can add a little bit of different parallax. I'm still a little bit annoyed because they don't work as they are intended to. But I cannot explain why this happens. They are set at a lower starting position as I intend them to. See how they are set to different position? Right from the start. It's done in a weird way though. About jumping up these mountains is quite nice to look at. Then coming back out, back down to the ground. Okay. I think the fog from these emitters here. Oh, it's so annoying that they are not at the position that we expect them to. think it's not. It doesn't even have to do with the position here. Can just set this to 0, 1 again, and it will do the same thing, I think. Yeah, they are just being put down there. Now this looks okay-ish here at the bottom. Wait, what? Just want to check something. Wasn't this the part where I could see the first layers? And now I can only see the mountains here. Let's do that again. Yeah, now I don't see the mountains. I think I messed up with delta time. Okay. Okay, we have to rethink this shifting function. I think if we put out time delta time, it will work better. Why? Because time delta time is messing up its function. The time delta time is inside these two variables here already. And that's a problem. We don't need to reply this time delta time thing, because we check for the position of the camera and where it is actually, and then we don't have to take into account. We don't have to look into the time delta time. Okay, that's a bug that we can fix right now. Now you immediately see that something has changed here, and yeah. Now it's a little bit more sensitive. So we need to change all the values now, because it's way too sensitive now. Or we just do this. Take the shifting speeds. And multiply them with a really low value. I think this will fix this a little bit. And we have to guess the value, but I don't want to only work with 0.0.2 0.0002 shifting speed. We want these speeds to be something around 1. This looks like a nice approach. Yeah, it's much more subtle. put this to another value. Make it maybe 5 times as fast. And this might fix our problem. Maybe, maybe not. Now the game looks gorgeous, gorgeous with these settings. I think it's still better to put this even at a higher value. And now I want to test what happens if I put the player to another spot. Just like here. Will it look the same? Or will it be that now the mountains are at a different height? That would mean that we have to redo what we are doing right now. No, it looks the same. Let's see where the fog is. Yeah, the fog is in the correct spots. It's nice. We're still not moving as fast as we were doing before. Just trying to get the old values out because I think the old values were very nice. But I also have another idea. It might be a little bit stupid and might be a little bit okay. Okay, now we're shifting too fast. Ooh, play it like this. This is going to make you motion sick. Interesting. You can put it into the foreground. Yeah. Okay. So this should be somewhat around this. Don't know why it looks so different though. It would be nice if we could set the layers up how they should look at the lowest point and the highest point, and then the background does everything else for us. That would be nice. Okay, it's still too fast. Still too fast. Okay, let's set this back to 0, 1. So the height is not the same because now it's not taking into account the time delta time, which is correct. This was actually why it was buggy, but that also means that we have to reset it and set it up again. But on the other side, it's okay. I think the only thing that we could change here is get all the layers except for the clouds and put them a little bit down, like this. Because I think we are a little bit too high right now with the layers. Now here it's working fine. Now if we get up, we will actually see the moon come out. And feel like we are actually on top of the mountains. And back down. Yeah, I think this is the setting that we are going to use. Now we could still improve the system. It's going to work, but if you want to improve it, the next step would be that you can set it up one time at the lowest position that you want it to have, and you couldn't make it a child of the camera. Now it has given itself really weird values everywhere. A little bit. It's not really nice that now we can't find where the hell is the game? Where the hell is the game? Yeah, what the hell is? So this is now in front of the camera, just weird. Okay, you would need to put them all into another parent here, and then you could move them around. And if you would like to improve the system, it would be put them on top right here. Then okay, if I'm at this position, I want each of these layers to be I want this to be here, I want this layer to be here, I want this layer to be here, then set them up, and then you put the second one down here, and then you set up them for a lower point, and then you automatically calculate for each of the individual layers their Y value. Actually, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. I'm sick. I'm sick. I'm sick of not doing this stuff how it's supposed to be. And in the end, it will just cost me more time when I don't do this right now. I'm sick of it. I'm really sick of having to do things all over again and again. Background, lowest positions. Copy this, put this back in. Highest positions. Put the scale to 1, like it should be. And let's put this back in here. See if there's something weird. Yes. Something's off. Yeah, but it's just because the layer positions are not correct. Okay, so we can delete this. So let's say we want to set these lowest positions to when you are here at this height. And then we have these highest positions, and we set them up to be when you are here on top of all things. Yeah, and now so you see the grass is not where it should be. We don't want to see the grass. Now we want everything to be a little bit lower except for the background here. And when you're really on top of things, here you might only want to see a part of the highest mountains. And now we can start moving everything a little bit here. And in the lowest positions, we want to have everything like it is. but move it a little bit lower, so we have a sky. That's everything we want. Okay. Now, with these ones, we want to add a new script here. We are going to name this background control. And the background control does nothing but calculate the Y speed that we need to reach these final positions. So how do we do this? First of all, let's take out all the scripts in here. Let's make sure there's no scripts here in the top part, because the top part will only be for one reason in here. This is just to have an artistic choice and an artistic easy control how to set up your level. And we're going to remove the markers now. Then we really don't need the markers, because the markers are bullshit. Oops. What did I say there? So, we're going to remove the markers. Oh, did I actually remove them already? Yeah. Okay. So we didn't go anywhere with the markers. And this is now going to be set up by this script here. So we need... we need in here, we have two game objects. Background highest positions and background lowest positions. And in the end, we want to destroy the highest positions. All we do is we will calculate a float for each. Get components in children. Parallax. parallax script. So for each script that is in there, we want to calculate the float y speed, set it. Oh, I actually accidentally did plug out the cable of my USB headset. Whoopsie. So we want to set the Y speed. And then set it in the script. And then destroy all the highest positions. Now we only need to do this calculation correct. So for this we will need to find the reference in the highest position. That is the same same script. Now we could assume those two backgrounds are the same and have the same amount of children and everything, but then somebody, most likely me, removes accidentally a layer and we don't find anything, and then we will have an error and everything will be broken. We could also try to find the name, but that's costly. But it's safe. And it's not that costly because it's not hundreds of calls. It shouldn't be hundreds of calls. It should be a dozen of calls. That's okay. That's okay. So how we make for each, we define a game object. Because it's a game object corresponding highest layer and here we will set it up. Okay, and if their names match, we will compare them. We will set them up. Come on. If yep. Then normally it's you would do equals. Okay, let's see if the IDE tells me that this could be better. Okay, no. Oh no. The speed could be first something that we need to correct. Okay, now the speed could be math. Should be math apps. Yeah. No, let's not do math apps. Let's just say the highest position now get component vect transform dot position dot y minus same just with the current layer. Do this? No. And if this is null, we want to debug log it. Error could not find corresponding highest position of layer. And then we put in the layer name. And we will then put the Y speed to 1. Now, the only thing that we have to do is to find the right value to multiply those, because 100% this is not going to be useful. This is not a filled value. We can actually calculate this. Just for good measure, I'm putting out my calculator right now, and now I can go to my lowest positions. How would you do this? And what are we actually doing? So first of all, camera is a transform. A transform is going to be in this position here. Come on, it's a transform. Stop this. this position than in this position. So we have two different positions, which is the first value that we need to calculate. We need to somehow take this into our calculation. This is what we are going to do first. Load camera offset is lowest positions dot transform dot position dot y, and going to do this twice, but one of them is the highest positions, and the highest positions is most likely to be positive. Now we will get this will give us the distance of those two camera positions. So we have that. We have the distance between the rect transforms. And now we apply some magic and it works. But what's the magic? I don't know. How does magic... We say some magic words. We go to Hogwarts. And then we just say Wingardium Leviosa. Then it will work. This is painful. Need to turn off the music for a second. Because now it's time for maximum power. Maximum power. So this is most likely. Let's say we have two positions. One on 0, up on 50. Then we have 50. Oh, yeah, this is going to be 50, roughly. This position, this is roughly 50. So we can keep this in mind. Camera of the offset in this case will be roughly 50. Now, if the camera moves up, we have to see how much of a fraction. Yes. How much of a fraction we do have to move those two. I think it's this is a fraction of the camera offset. I think this might be the correct answer. Instinctively, without trying to calculate it by hand. That would be my easiest guess, because it's movement per camera square meter or something. Let's see what happens. I expect an error to happen, but yeah, there will be a null exception. Come on, load faster. Yeah, you have a null exception. Okay, there it is. Because now we need to set up these two, make them public. Load the Unity scripts. It works fine. Nice positions, those positions. Here we go. Okay. Another error. Yeah, requires that it's derived from model behaviors in interface. But no. Unity get game objects of a script. Now, actually, we can just do this here. And then say game object. Yeah, okay, that's not that important. That's not the logic. Now we have to see if this function works. Okay, it doesn't work. Well, it seems... That's weird, why it's using the speed of the Y here. Okay, it has set everything to 1. And so it didn't find the layers. And here we need to at least change the X shifting speed. This didn't turn out to be correct. It didn't find the layers. So this is not the mathematical point. It could be that this is not looking into the Game object, just the object, which we don't want to look at. Want to specifically look at the game object. They should be the same. And then 100% work. Just as usual. No. Couldn't find. Okay. At least the part where it's where we're moving to the left and right is okay. It set everything to 1 right now. So this comparison here did not work out. Yeah. Because we removed all these background parallax effects. Yeah. That's that's not going to work. So how do we get all the children? We just say get children. Unity, get children. Game object children. How to get a list of game objects. Well, it works with transform. Don't know if this will work. Just try it out. It just costs us a minute or two, depending on how long Unity will load this. Okay, let's not be negative here. Positivity. It will work at some point. And it immediately crashed. Specified cast is not valid. Okay, so this is not valid. But we can then do this. Meanwhile, we can read this. Yeah. So this should work. Did it? Did set itself up to an incorrect value though. Let's see what did it did insert of these into these layers. The values seem to be very close to what we measured before. So we are getting somewhere. Let's look at how we are then adjusting our position. I thought because this calculation there is so easy that the calculation later is also going to be easy. It specifically is just this, vice versa. We did not take into account, though, how the vec transform set itself up. And we see, for example, here, this is way more at the top than this one. And later we are doing the anchors. Oh no, this is the point where we are not precise. Yeah, where we cannot be precise. Oh no. Okay. So this would work if instead of these anchor mins, we would set the position. So let's do this. Phew. This is actually quite hard. Because I think the position here, it's a vector 3. Anchored position. Local position. Set position rotation. How do we do this? How do we do this? Set rect transform position. So it's really hard to set these kinds of positions because in the code it seems to be just to be a vector 3. Instead of this, I should have used anchored position. There's one last cheat that we can try, and that is if we just stop using rect transforms and use transforms like real man. So let's use this. This is going to be a new vector 3. We can do this with the vector 2, though I think will automatically convert. And this will be G layer Y position X, and it's Y, and to the Y we are going to add a shift. That's it. And now here we can actually, instead of using the transform, use the transform. This way, we should be able to have at least something that is generic and generically can apply them to each layer. Hopefully it works like this. This looks good. This looks good. This looks really, really good. And I think it did set the background, which is not good. That's a nice little effect here, to be honest. Didn't expect that to happen. No, I did not get the right values. And down here, it doesn't seem to be correct in its position again. Put the player back here. Okay, I think there was once something here. Yeah, okay, we were in the wrong Z position. That's why we don't see anything. Okay, if you come back here, then we will see these layers again. They are set up to the wrong position. I'm not sure. Damn it. I think there's also some kind of problem. Yeah, there's some kind of problem everywhere. Just everywhere. Now there's a problem in the X for no reason. Didn't edit this. Now, the first problem here is we have to take the local position. Yeah. Because we want to look inside of these backgrounds. That's a big problem, actually. We should fix a lot. Okay, that didn't fix anything. Hui, hui, hui. Interesting. And I'm also concerned why the sky layer has been set. Yeah, because this no. Yeah, because this is not on the lowest position have to be at position 0 here. Oh, this has to be put to 0. Okay, that's a big problem. But these were not at 0 because now everything was stretched. I think the same thing might apply to the highest positions. At least the background is back in the correct position. Let's do the same with the highest position. And now we see that the highest position actually in a weird position here. So let's try that again. Oh. No, that wasn't the problem. Ui. 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 Interesting artwork. Nice art. And at this position here, it's looking alright. Hmm. So what went wrong? What went wrong? So at least the sizes of these two seem to be correct now. I think this should also fix that we saw the layers being added at the wrong position and that we had a pixel that was not perfect. Now we have to see how do we match the position of the height. We have to make sure that this is calculating the corresponding function to this. Let's go into the game and look at the values that are being put into the layers. It's a minus value. That's odd. That's something that I didn't expect. I did expect a lot, but not a minus value. It's way too high. does make sense though. I did put though the layers down, so the local position will be negative. Yeah, so that's a problem there. And what we are calculating there, I think, is no. Yeah, what we are calculating here is only the maximum amount of shift we want to do. We have another problem, and we don't set the local position here. It's another problem. Let's look at that. That seems more like it. Let's just make all of these values positive for once and see if they now fit. See what happens then. Can do this by hand now. This actually seems reasonable. I think this is actually working. And this is so much more artistically reasonable. Yeah, this is what we set up. This is artistically so much more reasonable than what we tried to do before. The only objects where it's not working as intended is the it's not working as intended on some layers. I've forgotten what I wanted to say there. Sorry. The fog is not set up correctly. So as usually, the fog character is yeah, fogged. For some reason that I don't understand. But let's I think the layers there were warped weirdly because of I teleported the character. I need to come on, stop loading. Oh man, I lose so much time by loading. And I know so much that one day I will get a better PC as soon as I can. But today is not the day. So let's try to test this with the platforms and see why the horizontal movement was different from what we expected it to be. Now, okay, we still have to make this value actually being a positive value. And I think we have to swap these two. And then we can put on the music again. Because I think we're done here. So the hard part is done. We can put on some music again. What do I want to play? Sweden. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. We are busy. Let's see if it is fixed now. Then we would have a really powerful tool at our disposal. Yeah. Now we can specifically say how the game should look from the top and the bottom, and we can just do this on the fly and don't have to put in any artificial values. I think this only breaks when I teleport the character. So let's just go a little bit. Let's go for a walk and let's see if the layers then still have some weird positioning issues. Aside from that, they look beautiful. And we have to fix the fog. The fog is not at the right position, but it seems like at least, yeah, the layers, they set themselves up, so they are repeating themselves definitely. Yeah, and I don't see anything that did go wrong. No, not an error at all. Yeah, very powerful. So we did more than we actually had to do, but on the other part, at least we got something out of it. Okay, now let's see the highest point. Where's this fog emitter? Okay, it's down here. That's not correct. Put it in the right position. The fog between seems to be correct. Oh no, this has to be here. This has to be here. Okay, and in the normal, where's the fog? Way too low. Has to be here. Or here. Let's see if this works. Now, from experience, the fog is actually a little bit too low for a reason that we did not understand so far. Yeah, it is too low. The fog is not in the right position. But it's only the fog. Yeah, I wanted the fog to be a little bit higher. Just a little bit. It could also be that I tested this out here and think, yeah, that's fine. Would just be nice if I wouldn't have to set the fog to be way higher than it actually is. So if I set up the fog like this, it will be at the actual right positions, and I don't understand why. Now, these are the correct position where they actually should be. Everything else beautiful. Yep. Then I guess it's just me and the fog then. Hey fog, what the fuck are you doing? I think the fog is scared, it's not responding. So it's something inside of this effect here. Let's set the fog to only vertical for once to see if it's inside of that of the horizontal function. We will see if there's something wrong with the horizontal movement. It's messing around with our fog effect here. No, that's not it. Let's for once disable this script and see if the fog is put to a different position by the canvas. Let's take a look. Let's put the camera a little bit to the left. So the fog is there in the preview here, but in the game it isn't. Once I hit play, What? That's... Okay, I just called bullshit. That's bullshit. So this seems to be some kind of editor error. This is nothing to do with my code at all. It would be weird if it would be the code, because the code is exactly the same as in the other layers. So I guess you can just call bullshit here and have to deal with it. Okay, that's a bitter pill to swallow. This seems to be some kind of Unity error, and yeah, unfortunately we can't do anything about it right now. I don't understand how it works. The fog is just at the wrong position, but it's in a different position in the game as it is in the editor. That makes it really hard to determine what's going on. So let's just not get hyperly critical about this. This is just a pill that we need to swallow. We need to adjust this by hand. But the good thing is, now with our new tools that we have programmed, we can do this by hand and will still be much faster than if we would have to guess the value, the actual value. And now we can just set it up in the editor and it will look just fine. I mean, look at this. I've done this now in a few seconds, and yeah, that's it. That's also most likely how it's going to be in the final game. I don't think I will change a lot of this. Maybe change the fog emitter, change how we interact with the environment. No, not really. Maybe it's a little bit more movement. But the most part then will be with the background. I mean, this is gorgeous. Let's not be overly critical when we don't need to. I think the fog in the middle should be a little bit bigger. So let's increase their size by 50%, so quite big. Let's do this with these fog emitters too. And let's see how it looks. Now it should just spread a little bit more. I just noticed that it couldn't cover the whole area, and that it was a little bit too easy not to notice where the emitter is. Yeah, I think that's just fine now. Yay! Okay. I guess that's quite nice. think the final position of the lower fog should be a little bit lower. Here you can see at this position here where the fog is ending. The flip side, here where you would actually play, it's looking alright. Let's look again at this platform. Yeah, let's put the lower fog a little bit lower in its final resting position. We now know that the positions here are fine. They're just adjusted in the Y position a little bit. Oh, there was an error that I wouldn't wanted to see. Hopefully it did not get... it was unfortunately I was deleted without me seeing it. And now you see it's barely noticeable where the fog ends and where not. It's a little bit better. Ui. I forgot how much damage to take at high difficulty. I really cannot say anything about the difficulty yet because I haven't tested. I have the feeling like the highest difficulty is still a bit hard, really hard. Okay, let's put down the second fog even further. It's noticeable. Put it even further down. Oh. We did put the wrong fog lower. That's not good. Okay, let's try again. It's just taking a while now. Yeah, now they're both going to low. It's nice. Let's play both fog effects. Yeah, unfortunately, that's so unfortunate how it's played here. They're not at the correct positions. Now we just have to edit the higher fog and we're done. I think this is it. Yeah. I actually think this is a nice position for all these layers. Yeah, now we have a nice background. Okay. Let's stop idolizing the background. I think it's beautiful and I would like to spend some time gaming right now in this game. But first, we still have a lot of time to do something useful. And second, this is now only in the test level, not in the other levels. So let's make a prefab out of it and call it a day for the background. The thing that I might want to adjust is the moon. So for this I want the highest point to be somewhere else. Like this, and now I can look at the moon again. The moon here is not currently displayed, it's brighter. I think we have to play the game and then adjust the material. So we need to play normalized, not maximized. Yeah, that already is a nice look at the moon. Let's still put this to normally. Jump on the platform and look at the moon. Whoopsie. That just happened. What? The moon? Oh, the moon does look different. It will do different resolutions. That's what happened. Interesting what happens to the resolution here. Okay, so let's increase maybe the brightness of the moon a little bit. No? This brightness might be nice. Look at the moon in the game now. It nearly looks like the sun. It's not good. Yeah, that's too white. Don't want this to look to have this look like the sun. Need to turn this down a little bit. And I think the best way to make the moon shine This looks a little bit more spooky, and the best way to make the moon shine is to just put a particle behind it and color that one. The reason is then we can pretend that it has a soft spread. Okay, let's go up here. I think the moon still is a little bit too bright. I think like this is nice. And instead of trying to rely on shader graph here and bloom, it's going to make the moon too bright in the end. So let's put behind the moon a little game object and say moon bloom. And as usual, I don't want this to be an artificial variable. Add component image. This is going to be a canvas. And this is going to have a to be in the background layer. I think it's -9. What's the moon? -8. So this is -9. It can blend in with the stars. And then we make soft. Give it also the moon shine. Preserve the aspect. And then we just scale it. Now, can we do something about the color? Not really. Maybe we want to take another particle then. Now we can make this bigger. And maybe move it a little bit to the left. Make it a little bit softer. And also double its size. Actually, 4 is enough. Okay, let's take a look. I think it's too big. Also, it should be centered. And now it will look beautiful. It will be the most beautiful moon you have ever seen. Trust me. I think it's fair enough. You can adjust the moon material again, but let's put this to maximized again. Because the game just looks different in different resolutions, and we have to accept it. We just have to accept it. In this resolution, the moon is not bright enough. Damn it. Now the camera did update. Yeah, this is it. Because this is the best shot we will get. There, we have moon. Let's set it up. And it looks completely different. So now we have, I'm just guessing the values. Oh, there's a cloud in front of the moon. We have to wait for the cloud to pass. This is also the last thing that we will do today. We will make these clouds blowy. I think the moon looks fair enough. Just a little bit less. Just a little bit. And this should fly. No, didn't. Okay, that's okay. So you want to edit the clouds? Let's do a little cheesy update for the clouds. Because the clouds right now, like they are, yeah, they're fine, but And better. So what can we do here is, first let's get rid of the saturation. Or much of the saturation. And we need to get rid of the outlines. And so we can just make this selection here smaller. And then press delete. Now the outlines are nearly done. So one pixel more. Now the outlines are gone. Okay. However, we could also try to replace a color, dark color. Let's do this instead. Now I have to find where the option for that was. Here it is. Now, if I put this to black, I can set the color of the outlines to a gray shader. And now I'm just going to blur them. But I'm not going to use the usual blur effect. This says clouds. Hey! That's not the cloud effect I wanted. Want to apply motion blur. Actually, this is motion blur in just German. We don't want to use the normal blur. Yeah, I think this is motion blur. And then we are going to apply the Gaussian blur. Have really foggy clouds. So you can barely guess these are clouds. And let's go ahead and just replace our old clouds with this. Just find these clouds here. Now, I won't want to have a safety copy. And this old clouds, okay, now we have old clouds, and put them into the right folder. Now new clouds are going to the rework version. First we want to override the this layer here though. And call this the normal clouds. Probably we are going to edit some stormy clouds later. Normal clouds. We're going to put this into the brown mountains. And now we should be finished. Let's take a look at the game and look at the game, and now the background should be fading more and more. Now the clouds should also look better. If you look at here, clouds are way better now. Yeah, if you look at these clouds, they just fit more into the atmosphere of the game. And actually I think they have something mysterious about them. I don't know what it is though. Must be my imagination. So, because we will never see the clouds at their fullest extent, I'm going to go ahead and just put these clouds a little bit higher. This, so that some of the clouds are slightly out of the camera. Okay, let's try this out. This will be beautiful. And I think it didn't work because the script is overriding the positions. So let's go into this script here. First of all, we want to get rid of this scale factor. It's not how we are doing this today. Nowadays. Then don't want. This is really old. We don't want 3 different layers. There is. Ooh. And actually this does the same as our background parallax effect. So let's just go ahead and copy this code here. Because this code is just better. This is just coroutine that is going to call itself again and again. And it doesn't take into account delta time. It's not too bad. I mean, it works, but So we only want to have a speed inside of here. Speed is the only public variable that is going to stay. We don't need a movement mode. We want to keep in mind the left and right layer. Don't need the X and Y threshold. We need the camera transform. We're not going to have vertical movement. We don't have a movement mode. But we have a speed. And actually we don't need the camera. We don't care for the camera. Now this is the only difference. Instead of the camera, we're going to use time, delta time. We're going to use time instead of the camera position as a reference. I know the rest will be exactly the same. It should work. No, it won't work because I'm pretty sure it's not that easy. But let's try it out. Maybe, just maybe, we are finished already. And that would be beautiful. And then we can really call it a day where we did the background completely with a whole new set of functions. It's easy to set up. We don't have any work left with this and we're done. We don't have any risk that we have any function that we still want to make. This is as far as it gets. Yeah. Oh, there's one thing. I would like to have the camera, of course, have the correct position of the fog. The fog position is not right, but aside from that, yeah, it's pretty good. I put the player up here, and you immediately see that the clouds just start shifting. Let's shift them faster for testing reasons. Let's put this value to -5, and it works. And we see that they can do that indefinitely. It is going to repeat themselves. Put them to -0.5. Okay. Now what are we going to set these clouds to? Oh, there's one thing that I want to change. We don't want to change the speed actually. We don't want to change the speed because we scaled speed because then we can't use the values that we read out of the inspector while we are playing the game. That's why we need to use this rescaled speed. Also have to do this here. So this makes it that we don't have to restart the editor each time. We want to adjust the speed. Now we use the rescale speed instead of the speed. Yeah, and that just makes it easier to edit them later. And now we should be finished. This just means that later if I read the values by playing in the editor, I can hit pause, try another value, see if it fits, and then if that value works, I can put it into the inspector and don't have to recalculate it. So if I put in -2 here, I think -2 seems to be the right value that we are going for. Let's just take a look what happens. Yeah, that seems pretty much to be the right value. Now the clouds in the back are a little bit faster than the clouds underneath. So now we can just put in 0.5 and try out how that looks. Now that's the same speed. Let's try out -1. Maybe my -1 was better. Okay, we are not doing anything. Because yeah. Now it's not taking the speed. I guess then we have to rename this again into X speed with adjust and just put this to 0.01f. Now we are going to use the shifting speed again and we'll just multiply it with the adjust. And then we should finally be finished. Speed, adjust. Yeah, the thing is just we don't want to go into the code later when we maybe have even more lines of code and have to find out where we adjust our speed. You can just read this at the beginning. Oh yeah, here's the speed adjustment. Just change this value if we don't like it later. And now we should be able to change the value in the inspector. I think last time we wanted to try out 0.5. As I said, the values didn't seem to be correct. Yeah, I wanted them maybe to be a little bit slower. 0.25. Now they should actually change on the fly. Yeah, you can actually see if I put them to 0.25. Now they're not moving at all, nearly. I think slow moving clouds work better. 0.75. And it's a little bit more realistic. They're still you know that they're moving, but they're not disturbingly fast. Now it's also a little bit annoying that they're over the moon. And this cloud is going to cover the moon for a bit. Yeah, nice. That's it. Yay, we did it. Okay, let's oh, we can't shoot. Let's get this artifact here and kill some peasants. Come on, I can't get up here. I need your help, sir. Come, help me. Oh, I think the main character is on the wrong Z-axis. Yes, that's correct. Oh, we're dead already. Whoopsie. All too easy. Okay. Yeah, he's invulnerable. It's not going to work. And now here's some nice moonshine. Yeah, I guess we're finished. We're finished with today. So let's go to our to-do list and call it a day. So, implementing background functions for editing. Done. We've done a sub-step. No, a step. So we code horizontal parallax. Done. Code vertical parallax. Done. We code background shifting of clouds. Done. Okay, we've done 3 tasks. Let's go. Let's see how this is going to scale. Implement new Unity brush for random background assets. Don't have any idea how long this takes. I think this will take till Wednesday until this is finished. Test on tile set. Yeah, okay. Code tile set shifting. Actually, tile set shifting could be done with the script that we have done now. We will have to do some adjustment because right now we are expecting vec transform values, and this would have to be transform values. But aside from that, this is not a big change. Particle emitters in levels. Oh, actually we can use the cloud movement system there. Let me look at the cloud movement system. Moving background. Now it's going to use the vec transform. So we need to recode this. But this is going to be easy since we already have the base for the code. We just have to use transform instead of vec transform, And since it's just moving, we don't have to take into consideration the total space of the monitor. We're just moving a tile set. Okay. Then there's some particle emitters, yes. And then we can just apply things. So yeah, we're going more and more into the artistic area and less into the coding area. It's very good. The next thing that we were going to do tomorrow then is we're going to do our brushes for the game, and these will determine how good it will look in the end, because we need a lot of assets. So thank everybody for tuning in and watching watching the VOD later. Yeah, it was just like usual, taking a lot of time to set up these backgrounds and recode everything, but I'm very happy with the result. We actually now have very good tools for setting up the background artistically on the fly, and we do this with as little effort as we can. Just we can now see how the picture should look on the lowest part of the map and the highest part of the map, and I think this is a very strong tool that we now have. So thank everybody for watching so far, and have a really good night. Thank you. Bye.
Phi is loss. Circle 2 GG. Hey guys.